What you're about to witness here is a crime. But the crime is not really being committed by the assailant, Sha-Carri Richardson. The crime is being committed by the society. This is video from Sha-Carri Richardson at Tacoma International Airport, and that is her boyfriend that you see her assaulting. Now, if you saw a man doing your sister like you see her doing here, you'd be ready to fight. You'd be ready to get physical. If you saw a man doing your sister like this, well, you have this violent female who this fella is obviously, he's not doing anything. And she is continuing to do this in public because, well, she figures that's safest. It's safest to assault him there because, oh, look at all the witnesses. If he defends himself, then I will scream. And that's the way that goes. All these people standing around didn't do anything to help. They didn't do anything to de-escalate. They didn't do anything at all. They sat there, they watched it, they witnessed it, and then they just went about their business. Where are the police who are usually super vigilant? Where are the police to do that? Where are they? Where are the folks who are usually very, very vigilant about these kinds of things? Where are they? Well, you don't see any of them. You don't see any of them at all. And this is the way that it goes. This is what happens to you under these circumstances. This is what it means to be a man today, and particularly a black man today. This is what it means. This is what it is. And I bring up tonight's program to ask a simple question here. What should be done about Sha-Carri Richardson? What should be done about her? Should she get the Ray Rice treatment? Should she get the Ray Rice treatment? Now, she's been arrested, but then again, it took them a while before they did that because this incident actually happened last month. What? So actually, it happened July 27th. So it took them a while to even do anything because they came, the police surrounded her, they asked what happened. She said, I didn't touch him. And I have a simple question. What should happen to Sha-Carri? In the chat room, folks talking about her boyfriend is a simp. And this is what I mean right here, that simple-minded thinking. We have to be more sophisticated than that. You see, I watched what happened to Ray Rice and a number of other men who the females around them got very handsy, very physical, spitting on them, and a number of other things. And it was not treated like this. Why, when those men defended themselves or did something that folks didn't like, why they were told that they were in the wrong. No questions asked, no strings attached. That is it. You're donezo. That was what they were told. That was all. So it begs a question here. It begs a question. Should Sha-Carri Richardson receive the Ray Rice treatment? Should Sha-Carri Richardson receive the Ray Rice treatment? We have some simple-minded males in here, but this is a teaching moment, which is why I'm doing tonight's program. Somebody's talking about pick better, Mr. Rice. This is how simple-minded males are today. So here at the Definitive School of Power Dynamics, let me remind you a few things. That's a fallacy to say those kinds of things. You're talking as if the female that you are with or next to is one iota different. What? Damn! That's the fallacy. You're talking as if the issue is, well, he didn't pick good enough. Males out here fantasizing that there is some Shangri-La of ideal females and that if we would just go to the right place, pick the right ones, choose the right something. That's victim blaming. That's blaming the victim. And as males, you're in a society that has conditioned you to blame yourself. And here, even in this chat room, they are demonstrating the programming has taken from many of you. You're talking about the male is wrong. Well, that, sir, never occurs in female circles.
And deal with it, nigga.
In female circles, that doesn't happen. Females don't say she should have picked better. He was a goon. He was a pookie. If she's got 8 kids by 8 different dudes, they tell you that all the men are the problem. All 8 of those fellas. Why, they should have done different. Remember, there was a psycho chick called up just last week talking about, why is you men getting us women pregnant? Why is you men getting us women pregnant? This is a teaching moment now. Be respectful. We're not flaming anybody here. It's a teaching moment because there's a whole bunch of fellas here who hear it and they're not saying anything. And I want you to understand this is a teaching moment. A lot of folks here don't understand and it's time to update their files.
Join me and I will complete your training.
We're updating your files for you. Updating your files starting with the attitudes. Because the simple fact of the matter is that most males have that attitude. Most males have the attitude of blame themselves first and don't even realize that that's what they're doing. They don't even realize that, by the way, you're doing like the society. You're blaming yourself first. So that's why it's essential to have this kind of conversation so that we can discuss that. Give them an opportunity to update their files adequately. I want to expose to you what the fallacies are here and provide you with the 720 degrees of analysis you'll receive absolutely nowhere else, as well as to give you the corrected philosophy and ideology you should carry going forward. It is not enough for you to just appeal to your emotions and say, yeah, us men have been getting beat up on for years and decades, and it's about time that we push back. You are not being logical or mature when you respond that way. You have to be completely stoic about it, whether it makes people comfortable or not. It's not about get back, and it's not about that. Let me explain to you what's really wrong here. Let me explain to you what is really wrong so that you can understand it. And I want to put this in its proper context. When you take a look at things like this article from TMZ, and if we go down the page here, you can see where they talk to her boyfriend. You can see where they talk to him. And this is what he said. And listen to what he said in response.
Personally, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it was just a sucky situation all around. Like, I don't feel as if, like, she should have been arrested. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, people have discussions and emotions and stuff like that. And she have, like, things that she needs to work on for herself, of course. And so do I, so do you, like, everybody. And I'm the type of guy, like, I'm in the business of just, like, extending grace and mercy and love. And I feel as if, like, I don't try to look at obstacles either. Like, I just look at, like, situations like this to just, like, you know, take a step back, analyze yourself mentally, and then just try to see what you can do to be your best self so that you can move forward, so you can just be the type of person and a human that God needs you to be for his kingdom and for his glory. And so that's kind of how I look at the situation. And, like, and I hate the narrative, too, of just, like, you know what I'm saying, it's so negative. But like I said, it's just like in the state of Seattle, even talking to the cop or whatever, he was just like, it really was nothing I could do. And just like, I understood. But I mean, like I said, it was just a sucky situation. But
So he's talking religiously. He's speaking about God, and I'm not going to mock a man over his faith because that's not the real issue, wherever the impetus of that is coming from. That's not the issue. We're going to start backwards. Did you hear the last thing that he said here?
Like I said, it's just like in the state of Seattle, even talking to the cop or whatever, he was just like, it really was nothing I could do. It's just like, I understood, but...
In the state of Seattle, talking to the cop, it was like, he said, hey, there's nothing I can do. So you see, everybody was trying to figure out how to give her an out. But for once, the police did what they were supposed to do, because remember, this is a female-created problem.
Nigga, please.
Well, this is a female-created problem. It is the females, ladies, got to read the mail. It's the females who spent the last 4 decades saying that if the police show up, it is mandatory that somebody got to go to jail. There is no get out of jail free card. You can't argue it. If the police show up, somebody got to go to jail. Now, those are the rules and conditions that females have fought for, argued for, squealed for, screamed for, jerked their necks for, got the view and the talk and everything else to set up this kind of situation to say, by the way, if they show up, the police got to arrest somebody. There is no discretion. Somebody got to go to jail. And this is the result. That even with Christian Coleman saying, I don't want to press charges, I don't want to do anything. Well, sir, they're not operating on men code. Well, here's the part that's got to hit you the wrong way. They're not operating on man code. That is what he is expressing here.
Personally, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it was just a sucky situation all around. Like, I don't feel as if like she should have been arrested.
Folks, that's man code. Let me explain to you what that means so that you actually understand this. You red pill gurus and morons can't explain this to you. Let me bring this down to the soil for you. What belongs to a man is under his authority. And he does not look for outsiders to resolve that for him. Do you understand that? I don't want you to go off of what you think or what you feel or what you suppose or what you heard from your drunk uncle. When you're under a man's authority, then when you all are under his authority and under his management and his supervision, he does not look for outsiders to resolve his issues. Not with his woman, not with his children, not with his finances. He is the one in charge. And when that mentality permeates beyond that to the block, to the community, then you have situations like the Italians. For those of you who remember the first season of The Sopranos, I believe it was. One of the guys Tony Soprano was dealing with, fella got one of Tony, was it Richie who ran the guy's legs over or whatever and crippled him? And the fella was talking about going to the police. Tony came to the hospital and the fella was talking about going to the police. The guy was crying and Tony, he was talking about going to the police, and Tony told him, hey, we take care of our own dirty laundry. Now, this guy was not a member of the mob. Tony was the mafia. This guy was not a member of the mafia, but he was Italian. And Tony was speaking to him on ethnic terms. You got plenty of Italian police officers, but the neighborhood is like, yeah, those guys are for another block, not ours. We have our people on the police force to keep them out of our neighborhood. Anything happens here, we handle that ourselves. And that is the mentality that you see in the Italian neighborhood, the Irish neighborhoods, the Asian neighborhoods. And this is a mentality that men have continued operating on ever since. Here's the problem. The problem is The females are not operating under those rules. That's the issue. That's the problem. Mr. Coleman is discussing a set of rules that the females ain't operating under. You see, in order for what he's saying to truly be practical, everybody got to be on board. Everybody has to submit and comply to the code. It's not a code if only one of you is operating under that. At that point, you get played for a sucker and a victim because other people are taking advantage of your good faith. She didn't sit up here and do this with him because she thought that he was going to respond the way that she did. She did this precisely because she was certain that he wouldn't. So when she was given a position of relative, quote, power and authority, this is the white supremacist slave plantation giving females, quote, unquote, authority over men, because if he had done this, security would have been on him within 10 seconds. She's allowed to wild out as long as she wants to because this is the society that you're in. They give females relative power over men. That is, the females can act however, and they're given a long leash of leeway. As the men, oh, you can be victimized by anybody. So if you want to know the slave plantation mentality and practice, and that it has continued to this day, this is a perfect example of it. You're the biggest and the strongest, and yet you are expected to be the most docile and the weakest. By the way, I zoomed in so you can't actually see what else she's doing because she followed him. Let me go. I'm going to zoom out a little bit because I wanted you all to see what it looked like, but she followed him all the way over there to the desk. So that's Sha-Carri, and she actually followed him all the way over there. So he comes back. He's just walking around like a battered wife, and she's just continuing to go, and the folks ain't giving a damn. And if she thought that she would have gotten the enamel knocked out of her teeth by him, that it would have gone differently. She did that because she was 100% confident that that was not going to occur. She wasn't worried about, it wasn't him she was concerned about. It's the dominant society was concerned about, and she knew that wasn't gonna happen. She also knew that if the police did show up, he was gonna stick to the code and follow the rules. The issue that I have is that if the roles were reversed, I have no doubt in my mind that she would have told the police, yep, go ahead and arrest him. If she thought that that would be what was necessary to save her fizzled Olympic career. So what I'm saying is that Mr. Coleman is abiding by the rules. He's abiding by the code. And that is correct. Here is the problem. We do not have a society where the females have been instructed to do that. That's why implementing the rules, it's wonderful as a principle. But I need you to understand where the fault and the fallacy is. The fault and the fallacy is not him saying, by the way, I don't think she even should have been arrested. He's abiding by the rules. See, this is what the old folk taught y'all. I need y'all to understand this. The old folk here, you know, the women who actually weren't running around, even if social media existed back then, they wouldn't be running around crying about it because they were the caliber of character of females who didn't have to worry about that. But the old folk taught you that whatever happens at your house stays at your house. That was the code and the rules. So that both of you understood that if there is an issue, nobody's coming to save you. So you all better get that figured out because nobody's coming to bail you out of bad choices. You chose this heifer. You decided that you were going to leap over brooms and leap over fences to marry her, and she decides she's got to sit up here and have your kids. Okay, you all have made a choice, and from here on in, our only expectation is y'all gonna work that out. The only expectation the old folk had was y'all got to work that out. However y'all get that worked out, y'all do that, but y'all got to work that out. Nobody was encouraging you to do these other things. So if you want to know how it is that you ended up in a day and era where you have schools bringing in drag queens to your kids and doing all this crazy stuff, please remember it was the females. It was the females over the course of the last 4 decades who decided that they were going to start stealing and taking things. It was the females who decided that. Okay, well, once you change the rules, please understand now we're operating under new rules. This video is simply your confirmation that you have a female operating under 21st century rules, but a male still adhering to 20th century rule set. And a media and an internet social media that is backing her, which is why I call tonight's program what I do. Should she be ruined like Ray Rice was? People, there's still no mugshot. What? Damn! Ray Rice and any other black man can simply be accused. It can be totally false and nonsense, and you'll spend years disproving it. You can be simply accused, and that's all you need. And you have a society that is eager to condemn you and convict you no matter how ridiculous the situation is. They're eager to do that. Case in point, in case I need to go any further with it. For those of you all who didn't know, remember we were talking last week about Shannon Sharpe. We were talking last week about Shannon Sharpe and his boo thing, well, former boo thing, Miss Zuniga. Well, for those of you who did not know or hadn't heard, remember I mentioned that there were other lawsuits. There were other lawsuits. Shannon Sharpe was sued for defamation. He was sued for defamation. We covered this just last week. Well, there have been some developments in that case. Shannon Sharpe's defamation lawsuit was dismissed. That defamation lawsuit, just that quickly, has been dismissed. Now, of course, he had to spend time and money fighting that, and that was happening in the middle of these other things because, of course, you have some degenerate people out there and some completely degenerate females who thought that they had seized on the right opportunity and that they could get in and pay for things. But that's not the reason I'm going into this. I'm going into this because I want you to see what I need to read for you the article because I need you to know what the article says. This is from thesource.com. And it says, the $20 million defamation lawsuit filed by Jimalita. Okay, I guess Shintikia was taken. Jimalita Tillman against Shannon Sharpe and Chad Ochocinco Johnson has been dismissed. Tillman, who went viral after attending an Usher concert, alleged that the two former NFL stars falsely reported details about her marital status following the release of the widely shared video. Court filings show that the case was dismissed without an award of fees or cost to any party. Now, let me tell you all, first of all, it was dismissed with prejudice. First of all, it was dismissed with prejudice, which means that it can't be refiled. But also says here that court filings show that the case was dismissed, quote, without an award of fees or cost to any party, meaning neither side was ordered to pay legal fees. In a statement to journalist Loren LaRosa following the dismissal, Tillman shared a conciliatory message about moving forward. Quote, we look forward to future discussions about the positive contributions Mr. Sharpe and I both make to the community.
Auntie, chill.
Ho, please.
Oh, please.
Oh, please.
As if Shannon Sharpe's going to do a show with you or something. So real weird, but not as weird as other things, because you see, when you look this up on Google, when you go look up the Shannon Sharpe defamation lawsuit on Google, when you go look up Shannon defamation lawsuit dismissed on Google, you'll come up with a number of results. You'll also come up with this from something called Front Office Sports. Shannon Sharpe, Chad Ochocinco settle $20 million defamation suit. Now, people, this is dated today. Yet it says that they settled the $20 million defamation suit. Now, you just heard what the source said, and yet in your Google results, you'll come up with this article, whoever these folks are, whether they really exist or not. But by the way, this is what they're saying. Now, they don't give any substantiation. Shannon Sharpe and his legal team have settled their second multi-million-dollar lawsuit in less than a month. A $20 million suit against Sharpe, nightcap talk show partner Chad Ochocinco, and Sharpe Shay Media from Jim Lee to Tillman was dismissed with prejudice by a U.S. District Court in Illinois, according to court documents. That's your first clue that it wasn't settled. That's your first clue it wasn't settled. Whoever the hell Front Office Sports is this a fake website set up by individuals looking to slur you in the algorithm, which is what they do today? It goes on here to say this garbage. The terms of the settlement were not clear because there was no settlement. Which means they didn't actually even check the court documents. The terms of the settlement. Who said there was a settlement? She said that she was happy. She said, I am pleased with the outcome. We were able to put this matter behind us without a long drawn out court battle. Yeah, because you just got kicked out of court. That's why. But that did not prevent this website, whoever they are, from putting up this garbage. It didn't prevent them from doing this. This is what it means to be a man today. This is what I'm talking about. With a never-ending list of vultures and vipers looking to seize on that. So when we as men invoke the code of conduct, I want you to understand that ain't nobody really playing by them rules right now. Ain't nobody really doing that. Everybody else out here is trying to figure out how easily we can be taken advantage of. If you all agree with what I'm saying here tonight, give me the scales of justice emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 1,500 people in here live right now on a Friday evening. But if you agree with what I'm saying here tonight, give me the scales of justice emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. If folks agree with what I'm saying, if they don't, well, maybe I got a bunch of Sha-Carri fans in here and whatnot, and just saying, y'all men need to get better at taking the punches. You's a man, you can take it. She didn't shove you that hard. Why you whining? You men need to toughen up. Okay, the females don't. Ooh, you a man, you better not. So I might have a bunch of folk in here who agree with that ideology tonight. Maybe I do. And if I do, I want you to drag them across the line. But I need men to have an honest conversation with ourselves about exactly what the terms are and exactly the environment that we find ourselves in. That's the critical part. I want to go back here to discussing Mr. Coleman. I want to go back here to Mr. Coleman because there is an issue. There actually is an issue with what he's saying, and it needs some correction. Let me go ahead and play for you the part that needs to be examined here.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, people have discussions and emotions and stuff like that. And she have, like, things that she need to work on for herself, of course. And so do I, so do you, like, everybody. And I'm the type of guy, like, I'm in the business of just, like, extending grace and mercy and love. And I feel as if, like, I don't try to look at obstacles either. Like, I just look at, like...
So, even after her absolutely inexcusable public assault on him. And let me be clear about this first part. For a female to do something like this is monstrous. To try to clown a man in public, that is inexcusable. To any man out there, if you have a female that has a public showing, tries to publicly show out on you, the only thing you have to do is get to your car, lock your doors, leave her where she is, and that's the last time in this life that she needs to be around you. You do not keep females around you who are prone to public displays of showing out, public displays of calling attention to you, public displays of aggression. You do not keep a female around you who creates a public spectacle, verbal, physical, or otherwise. You do not keep that female around. That is a zero tolerance policy. If she does that even once, there is no, well, the sex is really good. Well, she bought me nice gifts for Christmas. She's done right then, right there. No second chances, no anything. You do a public display of aggression. You do a public spectacle. You do something that other folk are looking at and staring at. Fellas, there's cameras everywhere. There are cameras everywhere. You do not keep a female around you who believes that she can extend herself this far. And I meant that exactly the way I said that. That's zero tolerance. A female does this on your screen, she's done right there. This was the last time in life that she's ever going to see you, unless you inadvertently run into her at a traffic stop at a four-way intersection. This is the last time that she's ever to come around for any reason. Period. And men talking about extending grace and having mercy. This is him trying to he is still operating on his masculine programming. He is still trying to minimize the impact to her. He is still being that, quote, protector for her. He's still doing that. Even though he has the ability to obliterate her, or at least to pile on, because he can't really obliterate, because you see, the society isn't going to help us to do that. The society will help other people to attack us. The society will not help or assist us in attacking anybody else. There's the issue. So if you're going to do it as a man, it takes a lot of work, because the society is calibrated hostile against you, particularly as a black male. It's calibrated to be hostile against you. Now, if a black female does this to a white male, she the one going to jail.
What? Damn!
Now, if a black female does this to a white man, she's going to jail, no questions asked. Anybody does this to a black man, they're going to figure out how they can arrest him. And if they can't, they'll be like, damn it. All right, I guess we got to deal with these other folk. But they're first and foremost going to figure out, is there some way we can lock you up? Is there some way we can arrest? Yeah, I see you're being assaulted, Jonathan Majors. I see you're being assaulted, Jonathan Majors, but let's see if there's anything we can do to you. Let's see if we can arrest you for this. Yeah, Jonathan Majors, we saw what happened there, but we want to see if there's a way we can arrest you. Is there some way we can go after you? And it's only if all else fails. Ah, damn it! You sure we can't? Hell! Damn! All right, I guess we gotta do something. Damn it. That's the way it goes for us. Yes, Stacey Dash and others. If you're a black female, you can't do that. Duke lacrosse players. If you're a black female, they're coming for you. They're not coming for them. Violates a number of laws, by the way, but don't look for them to go very hard on that. So he is trying his best to minimize the impact on her. He is doing his best to still protect her, but there is a problem. Let me explain to you what the problem here is. The problem here is the reason why you cannot let these kinds of assaults happen as men. It is a deadly, dangerous thing to allow these kinds of assaults to occur. this type of emasculation and this type of abuse has been normalized. It's been normalized. And to allow this kind of abuse and emasculation, especially the emasculation part, that is dangerous. And I'm not being hyperbolic. I mean that is dangerous. Allowing your males to be emasculated and they just sit there and hold their heads down like this is the plantations of old. That is dangerous. And I mean totally life-threatening. Listen to how he's responding to this, people. Listen to how he's talking about this.
Work on for ourselves, of course. And so do I, so do you, like everybody. And I'm the type of guy, like, I'm in the business of just like extending grace and mercy and love. And I feel as if like I don't try to look at obstacles either. Like I just look at like situations like this to just like, you know, take a step back, analyze yourself mentally, and then just try to see what you can do to be your best self so that you can move forward. So you.
Let me explain to you what the problem is, what you just heard him say. As you watch on the videos, he's being brutalized. Understand something. When you as a man are being physically assaulted or verbally threatened, when you are being either verbally threatened or physically assaulted, people, understand something. When you're being verbally threatened is the prelude to a physical assault. When you have animals, what do they do first? First they growl, then they bite. First they growl, then they bite. That's the way that works. First they growl at you, next they're taking a chomp out of you. So do you wait until they bite you? No. Evolutionarily, we have recognized when an animal growls at us, you are in physical danger right then, right there at that moment. You're not in danger as soon as he bites you. You're in danger when he locks eyes on you. You're in danger when he lowers his head and gets back on his haunches. And you're definitely in the grip of danger when he growls at you. They are expressing their intention toward you. So first of all, when you are being verbally threatened, the correct response is not to sit there and hold your head down and talk about the love of Jesus and how we all need. I can understand you having a rough day here, you know, and it's just, I can do better for myself and you can do better for yourself. We can all do better for ourselves. That's not the correct response. When you are in that situation and reflexively, that's the way you're responding to it. Now, that's if you're verbally threatened. If you are physically hit, physically struck, physically assaulted as a man, it's dangerous for your reflexive response to being physically assaulted to be milling around and not doing something to neutralize the threat. When you have been so docile and so subdued that your reflexive response to physical assault is to hope you don't get beat up too badly, do you realize that this is a system of psychological control and abuse? Because as the man, you're concerned about what could happen to you after that. So you're more concerned about protecting the women or the state than you are about protecting yourself. Well, what happens if your family that you really care about is in a bad situation? You cannot fight harder than you've practiced. If you make it your habit to ignore these things, overlook these things, bypass these things, start forgiving these things, then when it's actually time for you to do something, when you're in a situation where you need to do something, you're going to revert to your habit. You're going to revert to what you have made a habit of doing. You will not be aggressive. You will not neutralize the threat. No, you actually won't. Hell, you're going to have to shake off the ring rust. Even if you wanted to do something, you have fallen woefully out of practice. Now, I don't just mean physically, I mean mentally. Mentally, you're going to have to overcome your default reflexive conditioning that you've taken on. So it is dangerous. It is not just, a little embarrassing, a little annoying. It is dangerous when males allow themselves to be emasculated. Emasculation is not just a little publicly intemperate. It's not just a little embarrassing. It's dangerous. It is deadly dangerous for any man to allow himself to be emasculated, because this is going to lead to unlimited amounts of harm down the road, because there is no upper limit to abuse, people. He was assaulted by her, and he's talking about looking for a better day and forgive, and folks is on the back. There's no upper limit to assault, people. Folks can crank up the intensity or severity of it as high as they wish to go. That's the problem with you, with your response to being assaulted being, well, let me just hold my head down, hope it don't last too long. In this situation, he would have been well within his rights to use whatever force he wanted to use, because she's very clearly stalking him and walking around. When you have somebody running around stalking you, you're minding your own business and they're doing that. Well, you got the ability to use whatever force you need to, since they've made it very, very clear that the amount of harm they intend to cause is unlimited. The amount of force you can use now becomes unlimited. But I also want to include one other thing. As men, this doesn't do us any good. It doesn't do us any good to reinforce to the society the idea that we are harmless. I've been saying this to you now for over a decade, but this does us no good to communicate to the society non-verbally that we're harmless, that whatever happens to us, don't worry, we will just accept or take it. That's the issue. That's the problem. Recognize what the real issues in this are. As men communicating to people that we are docile and harmless and we're not a threat, it isn't making people treat us kinder. It's making people think they can take more liberties with us. As I said, nobody is telling the females what they can't do. They're telling the females you can do whatever, and the males are less than a man if he responds to it. So do you realize what they're telling you as men? They're telling you that the only people that it is acceptable to defend yourself against or take any action against are other males. But they're not telling anybody else, by the way, don't mess with the men over there. They're only telling the men what they can't do while telling everyone else you have unlimited leeway to do whatever. That's the issue. Do you notice, by the way, you do not see the social media people, the internet people, the CNN people, you don't see them giving this the Shannon Sharpe treatment. Damn! Did you all notice that? They're not giving it the Ray Rice treatment. They're not giving it the Chris Brown treatment. And they're damn sure not giving it the Shannon Sharpe treatment. Why? They're extending white privilege for the females. We're just swept under the rug. Ain't concerned about that. Nobody's talking about boycott. Nobody's talking about him too. Nobody's talking about taking away her sponsorships. Yeah, nobody's talking about Diddy. Okay, so Diddy is a monster for doing the exact same thing that she's doing, and yet your internet male feminist panty waist, who I've been telling you all about for years, you don't see any of those fellas talking about Sha-Carri's a monster. Where's Pierce Morgan? You don't hear any of them saying that Sha-Carri is a monster. Where are they? It isn't because they don't know. And certainly from her behavior, this is not her first time doing this. So, by the way, where are all of the Diddy is a monster people? All of a sudden, they have absolutely no shame getting completely quiet now. No shame whatsoever to be quiet. And my point is, when you obviously catch an obvious double standard, when folks have revealed that, oh, no, we're only interested in targeting you. Wake up and recognize when people make it clear their goal is to target you. You're the one they're after, not her, not them, just you. Just you. The society loves and adores the idea of a domesticated, brutalized black male. I'm calling it for what it is. That is the reason why they enable and embolden the females to do this. There isn't a single man listening tonight, myself included, who has not been subject to this kind of situation, to this kind of treatment. And the society has told you that, by the way, they've let you know that they're all in on it. Everybody's in on it. Everyone is in on the setup. It has been institutionalized. Your institutions have taken this as their policy. Your media, this is their policy. I just exposed that. Your academia at your colleges, this is their policy. When they talk about feminism, when they say that, oh, there's nothing a female can do to a man that isn't justified, even assault. Well, you're just born bastards. Now, a psycho like that should not be allowed to be at a playground, much less teaching in a college, and yet that's institutionalized. In the media, in academia, in politics, even in religion. Now, when this was Ray Rice, that was the end of his career. Every time you talk about an NFL player, if anybody they don't even need video. Remember, an NFL player can have his career ruined and no video required. No video whatsoever required. Everybody immediately runs to the female's defense. Did you ever consider it's not because they actually think something happened? It's because they're waiting for any opportunity. It doesn't have to be real. It doesn't have to be factual. They're just waiting for an opportunity to present itself. The goal is always to target you. You are not accused of being violent. You're accused of being a black male. And we're just waiting for a situation to occur so that we can go ahead and shepherd you through the system. And you have watched as man after man has watched his career and everything else go up in smoke about it. Nobody has said what needs to happen to these other people as a result. No one has come to your defense and demanded the same treatment. So I'm asking a simple question here tonight, which may upset some people in that regard, but I'm going to ask that. Should Sha-Carri Richardson's life be ruined the way that Ray Rice's was? The way that all the others were? Should Sha-Carri Richardson be subjected to the same thing? Because please understand something, even when you find some females talking about, if the roles reversed, you women would be, we have a problem with that. Okay, everything's all fun and games until consequences start raining down. And then you're going to start seeing a lot of females fall in lockstep. They'll give a lip service to it, but when it's time to start popping consequences, then they're going to start saying, oh, it doesn't have to be that severe. You know, I mean, it wasn't like he was hurt or anything. So just recognize that when they'll acknowledge that there is discrimination and they'll acknowledge that there's inequity. But once you start saying, all right, here's what we're going to do about it, then they say, wait now. Wait now. We don't have to be that severe. Olympus is coming up. We don't need to be that severe, do we? Ask yourselves why it is that the decrepit, dried up ovaries over there on The View, why it is that they have not given this the Shannon Sharpe treatment and every damn body else. Stephen A. Smith is wise. Now, there's no ambiguity here. If Diddy is a monster, Stephen A. Smith, well, then what is Sha-Carri Richardson? Now that you have this on video. However, you might disagree. Therefore, we're going to go ahead and pin the link to the Zoom there at the top of the chat room for you. And you are invited to go ahead and give us a call. I'm asking a simple question here tonight. Should Sha-Carri be ruined like Ray Rice was? If Diddy is a monster for doing this exact same thing, if Diddy is a monster, then what is Sha-Carri Richardson? What is she? If Diddy is a monster? Simple question. You all see the video. If this was Diddy, you'd have a bunch of males out here trying to virtue signal and signify it doesn't matter what she did. You can't do that. Do you see me, girls? Don't you see I'm condemning him harder than the females? Yeah, somebody, can I get in your DMs? What? In the meantime here, I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed toward tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Mr. Richardson. Thank you very much for your support. Maybe related to Sha-Carri, I don't know. Tech and Peck, Logic Before Emotion, giving out some memberships, Mr. Batch. And to everybody else who has contributed toward tonight's program, we thank you very much for that. Yeah, in the internet age, I need you to understand, the civil rights generation, they had to kiss women's asses overtly and let them just run over them, which created this situation over the last 4 decades. But the males on the internet, you have a bunch of dudes out there, they're not respected among other men. They've never been respected among other males. So they get on YouTube, they get on Twitter, they get on Facebook, and they see this as a takedown. Yeah, you masculine guys out there, you've never accepted me, so the females are getting on you. To hell with you! And that's literally what it is. You all know those fellas. You can take a look at his scrawny ass. This, nigga, you're not anything anybody would want to sit up here and ally with. And so when they see males being attacked, they'll be the first ones. That's right, girls, get him. While you're wearing your damn skinny jeans and your polka dot underoos. Yeah, you see males getting something bad happen to males. That's right. You get them, girls. That's what you get for not taking my Lego. Playing with ass. Okay. So don't be fooled or deceived. They know what they're doing. Now I'm asking a simple question here tonight that your other YouTubers and whatnot have not asked. Should Sha-Carri Richardson get the Diddy treatment? Should Sha-Carri Richardson get the Diddy treatment and the Ray Rice treatment? Should she get that? Okay, if Diddy was a monster, what is Sha-Carri? If Diddy was a monster, what is Sha-Carri? Or are you going to say, well, Sha-Carri didn't knock him down on the ground, so knocking him down on the ground, that's the line now. Well, it was the hallway of a hotel. She was in the middle of an airport. I'd like to see somebody try to minimize this and say, this is nothing like Diddy. I want to find out who that is. We're going to go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. Let me see if I can get Brother Elijah up here on Zoom. Brother Elijah, what's on your mind?
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Okay, well, okay, your signal's going in and out there. Try again.
Yeah, hey, brother. Hey, big brother, how you doing, man?
Okay, looks like you on the Amtrak train going somewhere.
Yeah, I'm similar. I'm on a Metrolink headed back to Los Angeles.
Okay, close enough. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Brother, this is a masterclass episode that you have tonight because it dovetails everything I was trying to allude to. And then now tonight, when I see an image like this, you said something that was very key tonight. That man would have had every right to use any type of form to deal with the situation. All right. I'm just gonna say this. If this woman was anything other than Sha-Carri Richardson, I'm gonna be very bluntly and very honest. That man should have broke her motherfucking jaw. All right? Because what you just said was that is very dangerous. And I know this is not kind of when years ago when white supremacy put those DV laws, that's what kept a lot of us black men kind of docile, and we got scared and everything. We would have been taking care of that situation, but we don't want that label of domestic violence, assaulters and everything like that. So that gave a lot of, especially particularly our sisters, that gave them the green light to show their fucking ass and act up and do whatever they want to us. I was in a situation like that 5 years ago. I get pepper sprayed in my house, and I'm the one getting arrested from a woman, and then a woman lies saying we was in a relationship together. Okay? Men are going to have to stand the fuck up and say, hey, to hell with these beast laws. Okay? You do something that's very dangerous, we got to deal with you now, because even walking away from her, she needs to, that's not going to do much for her, because I will embolden her to go to the next man with that shit. No, you need to straighten that shit out right there, right now, on the spot. What do you think, big brother?
Well, definitely, like I say, it doesn't help us to encourage those kinds of things, and it's been encouraged by our behavior. It's been encouraged by that, by this. Yeah, the old bastards of the previous generation started this, but it hasn't helped that, you know, when you take that up and going. Now, Sha-Carri Richardson is bisexual. What? So remember about that a few years ago? We talked about that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she came out the closet a few years ago, but very clearly, like a lot of those chicks who, you know, fumble with that LGBT life, not surprisingly. By the way, so when we talk about the increase of increases in violence with folks with LGBT or LGBT tendencies, so yeah, this is in keeping with the statistics. Now I'm going to go a little bit further here. Now, Mr. Coleman, he's a young man, I get it, and I'm just going to call it for what it is. Sha-Carri Richardson is as crazy as H-E double hill. She's got flat abs and she's athletic.
Yes.
That means that heifer is sexual nuclear dynamite. Period. So you can already see what the damn deal is. So I mean, she is thermonuclear sexuality.
Yes, sir.
Plus, if she bisexual, she got another friend on the track team with abs.
Nigga, please.
I get it. That is not lost on me. I get it. I need him to understand, buddy, I understand all the check marks and all the pluses. 2 thumbs up. It's time to give, I hope you enjoyed the ride. It's time to give her walking papers. I can understand the reasons for it and the incentives for it. I get it. I approve. But this is what happens when you keep crazy around too long. This right here. Now you got your name in the papers and on websites for reasons it shouldn't be there.
Yes, sir.
So if she demonstrates that she cannot confine crazy to the bedroom, then you have to resign her to the scrapyard.
Yes, sir.
And that's the way it is. So I know what it was that got her foot in the door. And I'm not saying I would have said no either. I'm not saying I wouldn't have said yes. I am saying that, okay, it's time to punch her ticket. I'll let you have the last word.
Yes, sir. No, big brother. I'm gonna land my plane. I just want brothers out there in a B1 circle to really think about this, because we have to go deep. We as FBA, we are the most disrespected men, especially within the last 30 to 40 years. I'm out here in California. I see every ethnic group. I don't see the Mexican woman disrespecting her Mexican man. And if I do see it, it's very rare. I don't see the Asian woman, whether she's Filipino, Chinese, Japanese. I don't see them acting up. All right.
Well, here's my thing. Here's my thing. That wouldn't bother me one way or the other, to be totally honest with you, because that's them. Because my real thing is, regardless of how Asian women treat Asian men, you don't see Asian women prefer to be white men. The statistics clearly show that. You don't hear white men saying you should treat me better than Asian dudes. You don't see that at all. So he's unconcerned with how she treats those men. He's most concerned with how he's treated. So I hear what you're saying, but regardless of how Mexican women get down, Asian women get down, or whatever, as black men, there should be a baseline for how we get treated, regardless of the situation, regardless of by whom.
Yes.
But certainly with no comparison whatsoever. If the other women are on their best behavior, that's cool, that's great, that's wonderful. But we still got to get that regardless. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me see if I can get Cortez up here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if we can get Cortez up here. All right, Cortez, what's on your mind? Okay, Cortez is trying to connect his audio here. We will see if it's successful. All right, Cortez, I think you got your audio connected now.
That's what kept us
okay, Cortez, brother, if your earphone's not working, I can't help you.
No, I can hear you, bro.
Everything. We would have been taking care of that situation.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you. Are you going to speak?
Assaulters and everything like that. So
I hear the other guy in the back row.
Okay. All right, y'all. Just Cortez is having difficulties figuring out how technology works here. And he's got Elijah playing, and I hear Elijah. Yeah, because you got your speakers on, dude. All right, let me see if we can get Douglas up here on Zoom. Douglas, what's on your mind?
What's good, Jason? I want to push back, mainly from a more logical standpoint, even though I mostly agree with what you're saying. So,
nigga,
as men, you know that we are more pragmatic, more rational. Obviously, we're stronger than women. So your main question that you were trying to present, or that you are posing, is that we should be held to the same standard as the females. In this case, Sha-Carri and Coleman should be held to the same standard. But since we are stronger and more rational, and we can, and typically speaking, we can control our emotions better than these females can, since these females are more emotional, should we give them some type of leeway, or should they be held to a different standard? So they're not operating off of logic and rationale. They're operating mostly off of emotion. I'll let you handle that, brother.
Okay, brother. Well, let me address that. Before I do that, brother, it looks like you got afros on your shoulders.
Cookie! Nom, 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 oh, nom, 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 nom.
Oh, bro, just I can't let. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that. Oh, my nigga, there's a genetic issue going on. You got an afro picking your hair. I'm like, I bet you that bastard could fit on your arm. Based on what I'm seeing right here, my dude. At first, I thought you just came from the barbershop. I was like, oh, he copies fresh from the bottom. I'm like, oh no, this is the all natural. So, okay, what did he say? He got to be nice. Yeah, y'all, he looked like he got a 9 o'clock shadow on his arms. Damn! So, all right. To your question there about female emotionality, here's the issue with that. The issue with that is that this is not the level that this is not emotionality, this is just abuse. So, females are quote unquote more emotional than females. Well, when we refer to that, we're talking about for that being internal. So they can be, when they go on their periods and stuff, okay, they're emotional. When they get pregnant, okay, we talk about mood swings. When we talk about that, none of those mood swings involve a violent component. Yeah, they might be more disagreeable. They might do more complaining, definitely do more crying, because that's females' favorite hobby next to sewing and, bourbon babies. But that getting up in a man's face, that's now we've crossed out of that emotional component. We're not there anymore. Now we've picked up on some cultural practice that somebody is choosing to invoke. That's where we are now, as evidenced by the fact that 40 years ago, you didn't see it at all. This is something that you've seen slowly elevate. And what do you know? It tracks directly concurrently with the societal practice of disrespecting us. The more it's acceptable and applaudable and humorous to disrespect us, the more blatant it's become and the more frequent the incidents have become. So the two go hand in hand. It used to be that if a female got out of line, for example, if she's with the police or anybody else, she understood, chivalry requires me to be on my manners. If I step outside of my feminine zone, I'm fair game. So women understood you can go to a certain extent, but no further. You certainly do not intrude on what you fantasize in your head is where the men are. You don't do that. We've told them, oh, your place is wherever you want to be. And first and foremost, because this is what governments want. They want a dominated male population because dominated males will go to work, do whatever they're told, and expect no rewards. So now we're being told not only will we not be paid correctly for the labor that we do in the economic system, we're not even worthy of respect anymore. Well, we don't have to give you anything. Just be happy we let your little ass breathe. And then you can get it tomorrow and do it all over again. That's your reward. That they really want you to accept that and adopt that's your reward. Well, we let you breathe. And no, that's not it. That's not it at all. But that's where they want you. They want you there. So this is not an emotional issue. It's not an emotional issue at all. And stopping a threat and restoring order are not emotional things either. That's not an emotional response. When you see something that's not where it's supposed to be, if you had a tree branch that fell in your front yard, that son of a gun might be kind of large. You're already preparing yourself, okay, this is going to be kind of unpleasant lugging this thing out the way, or even if you got the chainsaw cutting it up. So there may be some unpleasantness in dealing with this. Your confrontation of understanding this is unpleasant doesn't mean you switched over into emotional mode, because the bottom line is there's something that needs to be done. So your goal is not to vent for yourself. There is something happening that shouldn't be. And as men, it's our prerogative to restore order. Nobody goes to the airport to sit up here and have nonsense going on, and that's a hectic enough situation to begin with. This is going on, just as a man, naturally, it's like, okay, no. And the other men, they'll expect you to handle that because they've been conditioned that they can't really just run up and take care of your woman like that. So as men, no, it's not an emotional situation, but the society has changed for the purposes of trying to dominate us. And you see that this is the natural conclusion, that we're questioning whether we should stop somebody from assaulting us in the middle of an airport. But then again, when you see what happened to Jonathan Majors, yeah, they're making it clear to you that it's like, yeah, it's open season on you. So what do you do in a situation when folks have declared open season on you? First order of business is you don't accept it.
Respect. You talked about how this has kind of changed over the last 40 years or so. Do you think that religion and Christianity and all the principles in Christianity, as far as teaching us how to turn the other cheek and forgive 70 times 70 and all these different type of Christian religious principles that have been taught, particularly in the African American community, do you think that's kind of softened us up and gotten us to a place where we lack that testosterone, that manliness, that masculinity that we need to step up and defend ourselves?
Okay. Well, the religious component, I really see that as a social thing, because the church isn't really exuding religious priority anymore. It's not really emphasizing the book anymore in that regard. So people are taking out of it what they want to reinforce whatever it is they're trying to do already. So that's the first thing I would think about that. It's more of a societal thing, because the women are the ones who saw these things changing. You take a look at your media, you take a look at your sitcoms from the 80s and 90s. They started off by making it a joke. So how do you undermine men? We're going to make it a joke. Now you're just a joke. So yeah, you're the head of the household, but you're a joke. You're the head of the household, but you're not respected. You know, so it started there with Bill Cosby. I'm going to say that. Take a look at the Cosby Show. You know, Claire Huxtable was not a joke, but Dr. Cliff Huxtable was. At no time was Claire Huxtable the center of lampooning or something like that. Dr. Cliff Huxtable frequently was. Not always. Outside of the house, he wasn't. However, under his own roof, he wasn't always the butt of a joke, but Claire was never, I don't think she was ever the butt of any joke. But Dr. Cliff Huxtable was. Archie Bunker was. George Jefferson was. Al Bundy was. On the TV show Friends, we can go down the list. So the men, no matter where you went, it became the standard formula of the television network's quote unquote programming. And it's called that for a reason. But it's their programming to portray you as a joke. Couple decades later, they're disrespecting you, but ain't nobody laughing anymore. Now they've gone beyond just talking. Now it's about what they're going to do to you. And now it has proceeded to, hello, my name is Sean Combs. I had a slutty little slutburger talentless scalawag, who was only really good for being on her back. And everybody knew that because she jumped from one guy in the industry to another. I gave her 10 years of groupieism. And when the ride was over, she decided to leave because she thought that was going to be a power play. And then she didn't realize, no, I'm with the new broad. She's living with her parents, moved her and her husband in with her parents. And now all of a sudden, because New York State gives a look back law, all of a sudden now she wants to sue and make all these claims. With the media knowing this is false, backing it anyway. Knowing it's untrue, backing it anyway. Because that sends a message to all the males. Sean Combs' trial, he hasn't made an album in decades. He wasn't doing anything that was that significant to get that kind of media attention. He wasn't doing anything significant enough to get that, but they're always holding up a black male to do that with. We'll make an example out of you, and this is an example to the rest of you. If the church does have a fault, and they probably do, the fault is that they have not been highlighting that and speaking against it. But the church doesn't teach that anymore. Because you see, the pastors at the churches want your woman to accept him as the head of the household. Yeah, you'll have some who give lip service to y'all don't do that, but yo, Pastor Pork Chop down the street, that's not the way he's going. That's not what he's doing. Yo chick shows up there. Understand something, if the churches were really legit, They spent the last 3 decades talking about what in the world are we doing with all these females up in here and no men?
What? Damn!
How is it you got a church that is 90% females and 10% men? Why is it that the pastors were not addressing this decades ago? Because any jackalope can call himself a pastor. He's there to get the dollar. And rather than having an established religious body, these people, I'm an ordained minister. Who ordained you? Who was it who signed off on you? Who was the one who legitimized you and said, okay, we're going to install him as a preacher? Who did that? What did you do to get approved by them to do that? Nothing. We don't know anything. So he sets up shop and, all right, let's run this collection plate. And, oh yeah, who cares how single the women are? We're going to tell them that, don't worry, Jesus will make a way past that collection plate. But what they do not do is say, by the way, what kind of women are sitting here? If you were godly women, if y'all were really about that life, how in the world are you single sitting here? Not possible. But he's not going to say that because he already knows why she's single sitting there. So do the deaconesses. They already know. So it is very profitable to attack men, and it's very unprofitable to highlight the female deficiencies. The churches and whatnot just go along with it because they made that their profit center.
Man, that was great. Much respect, Jason, man. Keep doing your thing, brother. That was a great answer. I'm going to let somebody else jump on. I'm going to land my plane. Much respect, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, the rest of them just went along with it. It was profitable to do so. It was acceptable to do so. Let me go ahead and see if I can get fiction. I think this is fiction up here. Okay, I guess all the regular ways of spelling that were taken. All right, fiction, what's on your mind?
What's up with your brother Jason? My name is Jibril Muhammad. How you doing today?
All right, brother, what's on your mind?
So this conversation is interesting because I just got out of a relationship like this. And this video today, I'm actually still going through the stuff. This video today made me realize the importance of using the police as a crutch in this situation. So I'm actually was the victim of abuse. I accepted that. You have to get over that and all that stuff because you grow up, man, and you don't have that strong figure in front of you because you see what everybody doing. You see what even sometimes your pop's doing, and you think that not being strong is the thing to do in these relationships, especially in the time today. So I want to give you your props, man. I've been watching you for about 4 years. I've been watching you since I was homeless. Changed my life completely. But I was struggling with one thing, which was lust for the woman. And this it still was affecting me until about 3 months ago. So I've been out that situation about 3 months ago.
Okay, well let me ask about something you just said because we tackled this last week. You said that you were dealing with lust for the woman. I'm not understanding. Can you clarify for me what you mean by that? Basically,
we just smashing, you know what I'm saying? Like we was in a full blown relationship, but I wasn't strong enough to like decouple that emotional feeling and all that type of stuff when it came to that. We was in a full blown relationship, but yeah, that's what I mean by lust.
Okay, because what you just said there seems to be a little bit contrary. So let me see if I can get some clarity on that. So you say y'all two were just laying up. Then you said we're in a full blown relationship. So it seems like you're trying to characterize this in 2 different distinct ways. Why?
We were together for about 2 years. If I want to start with that, and by characterize, what do you mean?
Well, it sounded like you were trying to frame it as just a sexual, physical relationship, and then saying we were in a full-blown relationship. So it seems you're a little conflicted about that.
I think that's how I kind of started. I I was thinking I was somebody that I wasn't at the time, using the word of God in the wrong way. So in the beginning of the relationship, I was like talking to multiple women, you know what I'm saying? Like feeling like that was the right thing for me to do at that time in my life. And I wasn't disciplined. And I did go against her wishes.
Wait a minute, you said that you were speaking to multiple women.
Yeah.
And that you were undisciplined.
Yeah.
Now, are you saying that the speaking to multiple women was the undisciplined part?
No, undisciplined to the word, because with this girl that I was dealing with, she didn't want me to be on that type of time. And basically, I mean, I had to admit it, bro. I was simping. You know what I'm saying? Like I kind of conformed, and conformed to the way of her to try to appease that. And I can't put it no more than that.
I don't understand. I was trying to conform to the way to appease that. What are we trying to appease with her?
Well, what she wanted, what she presented, like in a way, I guess I got emotionally attached. I can't even. You
haven't ever talked to anybody about this before, have you?
No, sir.
Okay, I want everybody to understand here the reason why he's kind of struggling with it, and this is why y'all have to have patience. They can't talk to their fathers. They come to me because they can't talk to their kinfolk. They don't trust them. They don't have legitimacy. So he's trying to piece his thoughts together because he's never actually articulated this before, and some of it he's conflicted about. Like he's just coming to grips with some of it, so it's going to take him a minute to actually just go ahead and settle down and say, okay, it is what it is, and just settle with himself about what he really means. But this is his first time having to really come to grips with it. Some of it will not be glamorous. So when we have to confront some unglamorous, realities about ourselves or our lives, or our behavior, it can be kind of difficult to just say it bluntly like it is, but he needs a little bit of time to get there. That's why I'm taking it easy and just on him. By the way, we're kind of being vague and you're saying things that are kind of conflicting, but eventually you're going to have to settle on what it is you actually mean, even if it's not glamorous, and that's fine. Life is messy. Even as Billy Joel said, even if they're your mistakes, they're your own. So think about it that way. Was she the same age as you, or was she older?
She was a little bit younger. So I'm 28. She's 25 right now.
Okay. Does she have any children?
No.
She comes from a religious family?
Nah.
Well, it sounds like you were coaching these things in religious terms, so it sounds like, were you both into that or something, or is that just you, or who?
Both of us at the time, well, that's what we say we was doing. I come from a Muslim background. I didn't have the best.
Oh, hell. Folks, let me just say it like this. When we talk about problem females, not talk about them vegan women, we gotta talk about them Muslim men. Oh, the females at the mosque, boy, they'll run the rap on y'all all night. We just gotta call it what it is. The females who do with that Muslim stuff is the females at the mosque. The sisters at the mosque will run this thing all night about what y'all fellas be doing. But so was she Muslim also, or was she something else?
Actually, I'm not even Muslim. I just study from the Bible and the Quran.
Nigga, what?
Yeah, I'm not a Muslim at all. But I studied.
Didn't you just say you were? All right.
No, my last name is Muhammad. That came from my people.
Okay, first was Muslim, now he ain't. Okay.
I never said I was Muslim. I never have claimed to be Muslim or anything like that. That came from my father.
Okay. So, what religion do you subscribe to?
I guess you could say in a way Christianity, but not like, I don't go to church and all that. I just read straight from the Bible, and I stand on that. Now, I can't say that back then, but now.
Okay, because like I say, if you had a religious conflict, even in yourself about something there, I'm just trying to figure out which religion was it that you were conflicted about. Because obviously you took something seriously.
Yeah, I started this journey, I guess about 4 years ago. I used to be homeless, and do that, I found God. I got plenty of testimonies about that. But as far as the things that I was doing to fully be, I guess, versed in actually standing in that word, I wasn't doing all those things. I wasn't really studying like I was supposed
Right.
to.
Well, I'm saying, okay, but whose word are you standing in now? Jesus, Muhammad, Vishnu, Buddha?
Yeah, Christ.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out whose word we standing in first so I can figure out which way we're going forward here. Now, how long ago was it when you were talking to her?
It's been about, I ain't gonna lie, it's been about 3 to 4 months since we didn't officially broke it up.
Okay.
Like,
was she religious?
she was finding her way. I was still finding my way.
Okay, so in other words, she was a screwy chick who was laying around. What kind of drugs was she using? Weed?
We both smoked. Yeah.
There you go. All right, folks, do y'all know? I didn't ask him if they were. I just said there's nothing new under the sun. It's just your time to live it. Okay, so how long ago did you meet her?
I think in November, what's 2025? Probably November 2023. I met her.
Were you still homeless at the time?
No, sir. No.
Okay. I just wanted to check there. So she was what, 22, 21?
More than likely somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay. Was she black, white, mixed?
Black.
Okay. Where were her people from?
Illinois. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. Her folks weren't like from New York or Florida or California or something?
I really didn't get a chance to learn about her people like that. I learned a lot. No, I did learn a lot, but
No, you learned what she looked like naked. You didn't really learn a lot about her, dude. Let's just keep it a $103. You learned that she was good to go on a relatively short amount of time. That should say something to you also.
Yep.
And the terms of you all's interaction were not that solid. No, I don't know. I don't know where she ranks in the looks department, but was she going to school? Did she have a degree?
No, she didn't have. She wasn't going to school. She was just a regular chick.
Regular. Okay, well, I gotta ask this, and nigga, I'm gonna ask for proof if you go, because I know what the answer is already. On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only, where would the men, not you, what would the men of Chicago rate her at?
I can't give her a solid 6, so I'm gonna have to go with a 4.
Okay, well, thank you for your candor. We appreciate that. All right. So with that being the case there, certainly she was how much did she weigh?
She was like 120. She was 4'11", 120. She was shorter than me, all that type of stuff.
Oh, she was a little crackhead. Oh boy, a little bass pipe.
She was thick. I ain't gonna lie. She little something. She had a little meat on her. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, but in the face, she looked like Lionel Richie. Damn. So just when he's saying, well, the body was cute, so he's just like, okay, what he say? Just he ain't homeless no more, so he's trying to make up for lost time. In any case, my point about it though is that obviously, because we was trying to find our way. Isn't it amazing? People are always finding their way in life, but when it comes to sex, they can get there quickly. It's just doesn't take years to figure out that part. It just takes years to figure out everything else. It don't take years to figure out that part. Here's the problem with it, and I'm doing this as a teaching moment. How did you meet her? And be honest. Because I got follow-up questions, so if you lie, it better be a good one.
I got a business that I was doing. I was doing some work for U.S. Bank. Like I work on computers and all that type of stuff. And I met her at the bank. She was working at the bank, and at that time, I was learning like credit and all.
She was doing what at the bank?
Me or her?
Her. She was doing what?
A bank teller.
Okay, so he met a bank teller in St. Louis,
Illinois.
Okay, he met a bank teller in Illinois. Obviously, she wasn't too. He found him a strong foe at the bank teller's office in Illinois. Something's missing there. Something is missing, and you know it is.
So I tell you this. She had lied to me about her relationship status.
I was about to say, who was the white man she was with when you met her? But go ahead.
She don't mess with no white. She don't mess with no white.
Come on,
nigga. What?
All right, go ahead.
So I got her number, you know what I'm saying? And we texted for a little bit, but then we went our own little way. And then like around February 1st, which is ironic because that's like Valentine's Day, that's around the time they need some attention and some loving and all that stuff. That's when she hit me up and we just start, texting from there, and then we just, did what we did. Probably like what? I probably smashed 3 weeks after that. I ain't gonna cap.
Yeah, and my point is, do you see the way you keep phrasing that? So that doesn't communicate any real emotional attachment, certainly not any commitment. That doesn't seem to do that. And what I'm saying is that's perfectly fine as long as you've come to grips yourself with exactly what you're doing. Although you're still conflicted about it.
Yeah, I would say so because, it started off like, how it started. You started off like we was talking about God and all this stuff, connecting like that or whatever. But then we definitely did what we did, and we kept going deeper and deeper. We started spending.
So we were talking about God and all that, and then we did what we did.
Most definitely.
And you seem to think that somehow you did something, I don't know, dishonest with the utilizing the religion thing.
In a way.
Why do you say that?
Personally, because you're not supposed to commit fornication. That's what I believe. If that's not your woman, if that's not your wife.
Okay, that didn't stop you from doing it.
I wasn't standing on it like this as I was two years ago. I wasn't. I can admit that.
She wasn't standing on it neither.
No, she wouldn't.
So clearly she didn't have a problem with that, and she wasn't a virgin when you met her. Fours never are. Fours are never virgins on any continent. But in any case, so that's what I'm saying. So I'm not going to blame you for that. I can understand. But by the same token, then it's not something that you're particularly committed to standing on.
I would say that relationship, it was so crazy. And I'm still coming, like I'm going to therapy right now for it and everything like that, because I had to figure out, like, what the hell was I thinking? What the hell?
I'll explain to you what went wrong there. What went wrong there was you do not think that she was worth sacrificing for. This is the part here that fellas don't want to just be brutally honest and straightforward here, and it leads to a bunch of conflict that can affect you for the rest of your life if you keep going around in circles. A man can be with a 10, and if you are connected to her, I guess what you call on a soul level, sex is really ancillary. That doesn't mean you don't like it. But what I am saying is that when you got a chick who doesn't have a whole lot going for her, she doesn't really ignite anything in you, she gets taxed. The same way that a fella, if your money ain't right, you get taxed. Or if your money's right, but your looks aren't, you get taxed. Females tax you for that. They don't treat you with the same deference they would with a fella who had all the pieces in place. You gotta, if you don't have a sufficient enough offset, you're gonna get taxed. If she's just the regular schmegular basic broad, yeah, she might not be sloppy fat, but if she's not impressive either, believe it or not, like I say, it would be one thing if you had a really fine looking chick. You could actually be like, okay, we're preserving her for marriage. Men have done that for thousands of years. That you could wrap your head and your heart around. And that would actually be very doable for you because you know why you're not doing this. We got to preserve her for marriage. After that, bombs away. But until then, this chick here, you just looking at her like, okay, what are we doing? I'm abstaining for what? For you? Especially in no future. So if you actually had future plans for her, you wouldn't be talking the way you are now because you wouldn't be conflicted. You got with her and she's just regular schmegular and you just got tired of having, you're like, how much sacrificing do I do for a basic broad?
Basically.
How much of my life am I expected to give up for a basic broad? And that's the reason that happened. You would have to, unless you were just extraordinarily committed to your faith, and there's a lot of fellows who do that, but these are usually guys who don't have a lot of sexual experiences to begin with. So a fellow who doesn't have any sexual experiences, anything is valuable when you need water in the desert. But if you're not one of those guys, this is going to be very difficult to pull off.
I ain't gonna lie, I didn't have my first share. I didn't been living on my own since I was about 15, so I didn't been up and do there, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I didn't have my time. But also at the same time, I just, like you said, it wasn't worth sacrificing to me, and I kept it going.
Because she was there until you got back on your feet.
No. I was.
No. Listen to me, son. I'm saying that was her purpose. You did not get with her because you thought, damn, this is the one, or I can make a life with her. You got with her because she was a cool chick and you wasn't doing nothing else at the time. And that's what it was. You can wait as long as you want to. I'm looking at the outcome. I'm taking a look at the result. I'm telling you what it was. I see the results. You're telling the way in which you keep describing what you were doing with her. This is not a man who had any long-term plans for you. Even today, he keeps describing it in those terms. Today, you're not even nostalgic, buddy. You're not even expressing nostalgia about her. She wasn't especially good looking. She wasn't especially nice. She wasn't especially pleasant. She didn't have any especially resourceful attributes. You're not even being nostalgic. You're expressing a number of regrets, but you are not even doing the basic thing that I would expect from a male who has a pleasant relationship. You're not even expressing nostalgia. All of your regrets are about your behavior, not even hers. So what you're telling me was that she was basically a get-along gang chick. She didn't do anything especially, I don't know, did she do anything especially malicious?
What, towards me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I was in an abusive relationship and I was the one being abused. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
And the first fight you all had was about what? Tell the truth. We already know what it was.
No. Because it was about me dealing with this other girl.
There you go.
Yeah.
And
but I was telling her,
in
like,
the female psyche, if a man talks to another female, the society has told them that they have the right to be physically violent. They've been doing this for decades. If a man's cheating, then she has the right to slap you. And that's been the way it's been for decades. Well, if she's upset, well, you deserve that. You deserve to get slapped. Well, we used to allow that. Now the females are like, oh, you deserve to get your ass beaten. So we've gone way beyond that, especially for females who are not showing deference. Because she slapped you, she boo-hooed for it a minute, then she got up the next day and made breakfast because she knows her role. That's not where we are anymore. So now the society says the code is she gets to beat on you. Because, well, she gets to be emotional. Well, what about you? You need to control yourself. What about her? Well, it's nice if she does, or if she doesn't, oh well. And remember, you have betas who run the system now. The beta males run the system. They have nothing but animosity towards fellas like you if you have sexual selection. They resent that. Wasn't no hoes lined up to sleep with Judge Wapner.
And deal with it, nigga.
Just saying. That's the way it is. So the bottom line here is definitely I can understand that. If she wasn't so thrilling, you're not the first guy to let her know that she's not the belle of the ball. She's been seeing that most of her life. If you made it very clear that you didn't really have long-term plans for her, and that's something that you demonstrate through your actions, not your words, females start looking for signs of permanence. And when men don't display signs of permanence, women, especially if they've been run through, they start to get very aware of that after a while. That, by the way, hey, I've seen this cycle before. So they start looking to see if you're expressing or demonstrating signs of permanence. Are you putting in fixtures, big ticket item purchases, domiciles, things like that? When she sees that, by the way, you've been laying on top of me for 2 or 3 years, and it looks like the only thing we're going to keep doing is doing this. Now they feel some kind of way, although she doesn't have the leverage to really go at you about that because she's too damn disposable. When you a foe, it's too easy to let you go. Unless a nigga's just down and out. It's too easy to let you go. So yeah, now she's just going to get to swinging. Let's just call it what it is. Sha-Carri Richardson is not a 10 or an 8. And if she didn't have that body on her, she wouldn't even be a 6. Sha-Carri Richardson is a firm 6 from the offset from the neck down. But tatted up and hood ratted up and all this other nonsense.
That's debatable.
But just in the looks department alone, she's not a stunner unless you mean she looks like Birdman. Damn! And females know this because they see the kind of men that 8s and 10s get, and she realizes I'm not in competition for none of them. None of them fellas are looking my way. So they realize the type of men that they get left with, and they get resentful. And they get angry. So in your case, I want you to understand what that was. There's also one other thing to it here. You're not naive after a certain point. So she knew what she was dealing with. She knew what the rules were. She knew what the deal was. Females figure this out in their teens. They have a lot more sexual experiences than you do as males. And they love the sleigh ride so long as the sleigh ride doesn't let them know it's a ride. There's your issue. So in her case, like I say, she knew what the hell she was dealing with. She knew what the deal was, but she was angry about it because that's as high as she rates. Now, she wasn't willing to accept that. She's probably still not willing to accept it today.
Nah, she's not, bro. I'm still getting, she contacting me on email, text app. I didn't block her on, bro. It is ridiculous. I done had to sleep in my car. I got a home. I got a loft downtown, whatever. But I done had to sleep in my car before because she trying to come to the door, bang on the door, cause a scene, trying to get me kicked out. But I'm too plugged in around the city to like with my landlord and all that type of stuff for them to trip about what I'm doing. I don't do nothing illegal or nothing like that. I just have good relationships with people. I'm real respectful.
Well, at this point right now, you're probably the best she's had as far as being presentable, as far as having a future. And her point right now, she's trying to figure out somebody who has a future and a runway and a trajectory in front of them so she can hitch onto that. And for a female who's suffering in the looks department and attitude department, because obviously she's got issues there. And then you're telling me that when you met her, she was not honest about her relationship status. By the way, I don't know, there's going to be a bunch of females like, ooh, that ain't right, but they're all going to get quiet right now because they all know that's them. So all the ladies out there, we want to let you know we know the time. So females are act silly about that, but let's just be honest. Most females are lying about their relationship status when you get with them, unless a chick is married. If she's not married, 8 times out of 10, she's lying about her relationship status. So she's really looking to, especially if she got a good look on her, she's testing the market. So she's in a relationship when she home with him. But when she leaves, she's single. I'm just saying, every fella's had that experience.
Yeah,
she was talking to this dude for 6 months. Well, yeah, she didn't say nothing. Yeah, she's only in a relationship when she's back home with you. And when she walks out that door, she's single again. And so she's checking to see which one of the best orbiters is she can get. And that's where it ends up being. Now, you said when she was she lied about her relationship status. How exactly?
Basically, she said they were still in the same house. You know what I'm saying? I found that out. Probably.
Security violation.
Yep.
That's a dangerous thing right there, dude. That's a security violation. She's sleeping with a man, living with a man. I know what the song says, y'all. But she living with a man, sleeping with a man, and then talking to you. That's a security threat for you. Because old boy is operating off. She's telling him we solid. She's telling him that they're solid, and yet she running around with you. So that's a security threat for you.
I try to do that. So like, you gonna work for my business type deal. But I ain't gonna lie. She was a great worker. She was a great worker. We got down to the point. I tested her. She had about 5,000 because I took her off her job after a while. I ain't gonna say this was like the first 3 months, like a year in a relationship, a year and a half in a relationship.
It can't work.
No, I'm hip, bro. I'm hip.
Brother, it cannot work. You can have a female work for you or you can have one sleep for you, but you cannot have both. And the reason that you can't have both is because every woman wants something. And as soon as you start sleeping with the chick who's working for you, she figures she's got rights now. Why shouldn't we, quote, move on to the next step? And you're like, man, it's great to have a secretary I can have sex with. This takes the edge off. But that is not the way that females will see it. She'll be like, she wants something, and okay, finally my ship has come in. or at least a little bit more, and I can maneuver him where I want him to be. And you're like, we're already at our destination. She's like, no. We got a little bit more we can do. And you're like, no, we're fine like we are. And that's not the way females see it. So if you're not financially struggling, you got something going on, if you're able to provide this much for her, then she figures, well, hell, a little bit more here and I can get everything. And so she will not be satisfied or content with a limited, quote, arrangement, especially if now she feels like she's got her hands on the levers of your business. Now she's going to start telling herself nonsense and lies like, I built him.
Yep.
Now she'll just be sitting there answering the damn phone and she'll be telling you about how she built you. So that's the reason why that can't work. So you can have a secretary or you can have one you sleep with, a chick you're sleeping with, but you cannot wrap her up in the business like that. That will not work. And the other problem is it's going to be just like at your job. You don't want to date somebody at your job. Why not? Because when the relationship falls apart, the working relationship is going to fall apart. I mean, if somebody's been naked and their mouth has been doing things, they don't see you as a coworker anymore. That's just that thing y'all did in Vegas in 4K. All right, they don't see you as a coworker anymore, dude. So you don't get to walk that backwards. You don't. And now as men, we can. As men, we can compartmentalize. Females see sex as leverage to get something else. As men, we can see sex the way we see boxing. Okay, the fight gonna be 45 minutes and then we're going home. That is not the way that women see it because sex is leverage to them, or at least they want it to be. So when you start doing that, you're telling her to use this thing that's supposed to have leverage. Oh, you don't, but don't leverage it. And it would be different if you had nothing going for yourself and were totally undesirable. Well, that she might, if she's still doing her hoe phase, she can make that work. But if she's not, oh no, dude, there will be blood. There will be problems. And she's not going to blame herself.
No, most definitely she didn't.
No, it's going to be all your fault. You tricked me, you lied to me, and this, that, and the other, and you misled me. Okay. And that's what it's going to be. Especially if she's in her 20s and whatnot. She's just now waking up to realizing she's not getting any younger. She's just now realizing that, and away we go. So fortunately, you didn't marry her. You didn't have any kids with her, but yeah, when they feel like they got a right to be handsy. I would like to tell you it's just resign to the fours, but that would be a lie. That would just be, I don't give a damn if she's a 4 or a 14. In the society that we're in today, take a look at Erica Mania. I don't care whoever is your flavor, the Jada Pinkett. We can go down the damn state. There's not one of these hoes. He called us hoes. I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
Another one of these hoes who ain't threw hands on somebody. Another one. Not a one. There's just the ones, even the ones in my chat room right now. What? There's not the one who hasn't. There's just the ones who have and the ones who admit to it. And that's just it. So this is where we are today. Fellas, be careful out there. Be careful. And the only issue with the religious connotation is I hope she's not sitting there telling herself that God brought you to her. Because that can be that can be a problem. If she feels like God brought you to her, yikes, here we go. Well, he's sitting around looking all crazy. Okay, well, all right. I'm just saying, don't let that divine intervention thing get in there. If females start talking about that she manifested. Okay.
No. They get into a whole, when I start hearing words like that set off red flags in my mind, manifest and all that type of stuff.
Okay, but that's if they come out and say the words to them. That doesn't mean that they're not thinking it.
Most definitely.
If you have any sort of, quote, religious-based relationship with a female, and if she says anything even remotely close to God brought this or God brings things or whatever, when they start saying that stuff right there, brother, and females who are really slick, they know what to say to you and what not to. They know things that are off-putting, so okay, we don't say that. So in your case, I got a feeling that was what was going on there. So she'll be calling you there for a minute. At least till you get another chick, I suppose, but Boy, I'm telling you,
right
he got a strong foe knocking in the door. So
I'm chilling right now. I think that the best thing I can do, I'm a web developer, AI developer, and all that type of stuff. You know, I'm doing a whole lot, and I just really I didn't have that value of myself. You know, because I mean I've been homeless like 5 different times, but I built.
Okay, brother, it's time to put
real.
the weed down.
No, I don't smoke no more. Nothing. I don't smoke no more. Nothing. You know, that relationship was like that crazy, where it was like, bro, you know, God is real, bro. So what are you doing, bro? It ain't God that's doing the evil stuff to you. It's you doing the evil stuff to yourself and participating in what you're participating in. So I ain't smoked in about what 4 to 5 months myself. Everything like I'm on a straight and narrow. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing in my life. I'm about to be in Vegas in September for Alibaba Co-Create 2025. I'm pitching my company. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
one of the biggest things that we have to regulate and control as men is the amount of trouble and difficulty we bring to ourselves. You know, because we tend up either because you got lazy, because you got complacent, because you got desperate, and end up opening the doors to people who have no business being there. Yep. And there's where a lot of issues come from, is opening the door to folks who had no damn business being there in the first place. I'll let you have the last word.
Hey, no, I appreciate you, brother. Like, you put me on the right path. I've been listening to you, like I said, since I was homeless. Definitely had to get my mind together. I thought I was getting it together, but now it's reinforced inside of me. And man, I'm doing so amazing right now, getting that energy out of my life. So I'm gonna keep listening to you. I listen to the other channel as well. And yeah, man, I appreciate you, bro.
Brother, I'm glad to see you getting your life together and getting that straightened out. That's very, very important. The decisions that you make going into your 30s, that sets the tone for the next 5 decades. Because once you get to your 40s and you still working on it, still working on finding a direction, that's what really knocks us down for life. If you can get in your late 20s, early 30s and have a very set, solid pathway and trajectory, that will do so. Everything else is going to be easy after that. If you got it set and solid and you can put in a good decade to really make sure it's firmed up and solidified, that's where that multiple return comes from. And then when you get to your 40s and all them problems you heard dudes expressing in their 40s, it's going to be clear to you, oh, those were self-made. Those were self-inflicted wounds. They were trying to convince you was just unavoidable, and it's really just self-inflicted. So I'm glad to see things are working out for you. If I played a little hand in that, you know, just pay it forward, because there's another young cat out there who's probably mimicking some of that nonsense too, and you'll have an opportunity to let them know, hey, I've been there, I've seen that, I ain't hear no excuses, and put them on the right route for it. So you can teach from what you've seen. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. I don't discuss high value men. I build high value men. Been doing this going on for decades now. High value men and high value women, but for some of the women here, it's a bit challenging.
Auntie, chill!
It can be a bit challenging. Yeah, I would love to tell you if she's an 8 or a 10, you wouldn't have any of those problems. That is a lie. That is a stone-faced lie. You grab a chick and you give her an opportunity, slap them butt cheeks in a G-Wagon, slap them butt cheeks in a Bentayga, give her an opportunity to do that. Oh, she throws on the damn sunglasses and opens up the panoramic roof, and oh, her main character energy gets going. It's, man, look here. That foe will feel like a 10, and that 10 will feel like a 12. So please do not deceive yourself into thinking that, oh, if she can just get in touch with you, because every female tells herself that she could be a 10 in the right circumstances. I mean, she'd be like 3-foot foe and, you know, looking like Barry White in the face, but he can work out. So just be aware, fellas, it can happen. It can happen. Do not underestimate the environment. Do not underestimate how they feel about themselves. Let's ask a simple question here tonight in light of the Sha-Carri Richardson assault video at the airport. You might not be surprised with Sha-Carri Richardson, but the real point here is that should she be done like Ray Rice? Her boyfriend was adhering to the code in public. She was completely out of control and out of line because the society has taught them they can do that and that there will be no repercussions. And so the only question we have to ask ourselves here is Sha-Carri Diddy? Should she get the Diddy treatment? If Diddy is a monster, then what is Sha-Carri? Because if this were Diddy at the airport, all you sissified mama's boys wearing your G-strings and your thongs, caping for Cassie, of all people. Do you realize what a bottom-feeding scum sucker you gotta be in the 21st to be caping for Cassie? You realize what an idiot you have to be? Well, I mean, just because she had 10 years of freak-offs, that don't mean she was a bad girl. Diddy misled her.
Nigga, what?
But it's true. Some of y'all watched your mamas get slutted out most of your lives, and now you just projected onto all female. All females is hoes, but they'd be good if these men took care of them because your mama told you that. I wouldn't have been such a big ass hoe if your daddy took care of me. Okay. So it's the men's fault for not taking care of slutty ass mama. Okay. If the men got their ass together, everything getting good. I mean, just because Diddy and the rest of the men right there was grabbing her elbows and grabbing her ankles and grabbing her wrists and just stretching her ass like Mr. Gumby. What? That don't mean she a bad girl. Just because they was covering her in Betty Crocker cake mix. That don't mean she was a bad girl. Right? That Diddy, he corrupted her. Take a look at her. She just nice and innocent. That Diddy corrupted that. Dude, she testified that she was calling up other dudes and other hoes for the freak off. That wasn't really her idea. Just understand, the internet is infested with males who basically are sadomasochistic. They chick come to him, she be cheating on him and every damn thing else. She'd come back smelling like another man's brute. And he's sitting right there, well, you know, I mean, she didn't really want to do it. You know, it's really my fault right there. If I acted better, she wouldn't have did that if I just acted better about it. There's a whole bunch of fellas there, quiet as kept. They won't talk about it, which is why so many of you guys got females and she's sitting up here on her timeline talking about you and you ain't saying nothing because you're really ashamed. And you know what I mean? If I had been a better man, if I could have been a better man, she wouldn't have had to cheat on me if I had been a better man. If I would just learn to do right, she would not cheat on me like that. It's really my fault that she did it. And it's Diddy's fault too, as a matter of fact. Now you want other niggas to misery loves company. It's all right. Misery loves company. That's right. I'm having a hard time here. Didn't you have a hard time too? Yeah, y'all done better. Some fellas they're looking for a female who will run their life. Let's go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom right quick. Let me see if I can get Ambrosia up here on Zoom. All right, we got Ambrosia here on Zoom. What's on your mind? Okay, your volume is not doing great things there, so you might want to check your audio or something. She is sitting there jawboning, and she does not have any audio coming through there, so she must have hooked up her thing incorrectly. Let me put her back in the waiting room. We'll give her a minute to see if she can get that straightened out. I'm asking simple questions here tonight, folks. You can see the video for yourself. That is Sha-Carri Richardson beating up her boyfriend at the airport. I mean, in the middle of the airport, creating a major scene. She winds up getting arrested, and I have a simple question here. Should she get the Diddy treatment? Shouldn't Sha-Carri get the Diddy treatment? Shouldn't she get the Ray Rice treatment? Asking a simple question. Should she get the Ray Rice treatment? He got his career ruined. It's the same for everybody now, isn't it? Let's go ahead and see if we can get Chris up here on Zoom. Chris, what's on your mind?
What's up, JB? All right, look, I was a little late to the program, but did we talk about the respect aspect when it comes to women putting their hands on men?
I've mentioned that, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I feel like when a woman feels like she can put her hands on you, she has zero respect for you, especially if she knows that you can dog walk her. She still just doesn't care. It doesn't matter. She still just feels like she can put her hands on you.
Because they've been told that in this society, there's a female privilege to assault men.
Yeah.
So just like we talk about white privilege, the females say they have a female privilege.
Yeah, JB, I've been in situations where I've done, like, I used to be a scumbag. I'm not going to lie. I've done females wrong. I've been with an actual kickboxer, bro. I've done her wrong. And instead of her thinking she can put her hands on me, she just cried. And that hurt me the most. But the other females, the smaller ones that knew I could dog walk them, they felt like they can put their hands on me. And what do men have to do? We have to try to run away.
Okay, well, back up just a little bit here. You said you were a scumbag. I don't understand. What was it you did that qualified as that?
I used to be a player from the Himalayas, if that makes sense.
Okay, that doesn't make nobody a scumbag. So what qualifies for the scumbag quotient?
Well, I mean, she like fooling with multiple girls. That's what I meant by a scumbag.
Okay, fooling with multiple girls in what way?
Yeah, I mean, I had multiple women, and I used to lie to this girl and lie to this girl or whatever, but that's what I meant by a scumbag, because now I'm not that type of person. I only want one woman, but yeah, I used to get around.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with that except for the lying part.
Yeah, that was the bad part.
As long as everybody knows what in the world's going on, that's perfectly fine. But if folks don't know what's going on, that's a different matter. However, all of that having been stated, we don't have a society that says that you can come home and catch your female in bed. I'm talking about getting donkey dunked by 3-4 dudes at the exact same damn time. Do you hear me? Nobody's going to give you permission to knock her upside the head.
Right.
I mean, you can walk in the door, watching her get leg steeled. And the society going to be like, well, that wasn't cool, but, just keep your cool. You just go ahead and leave. Just let her know that you are no longer satisfied with the situation as it is. That's what they're going to tell you is the extent of your reaction. That's it right there. So, I mean, you can walk in the damn door and it looks like one of the covers from Elegant Angel videos or Black Market videos or Hustler video. It looked like one of the covers from one of their DVDs, and you just expected, oh, well, baby, that is so wrong. I am just leaving. And what I'm saying is I understand that, but they don't tell the females to do that. If she goes through your phone and don't like what she sees, she gets to Rihanna you. You just left the awards and Rihanna is in the Lamborghini you rented and she's sitting up here stealing your phone and deciding that she can assault you because she doesn't like what she either saw or suspects she sees in the phone. So what I'm saying is I want men to start recalibrating their ideas. Yes, there is a definition of honorability and integrity. But I also believe in a two-way street. And I do not believe in this idea that the men need to be endlessly honorable and have endless integrity and be self-effacing and self-denigrating and always conscious, have conflicted by ourselves. And the females can be buck wild agents of chaos. But the men, no matter what happens, we got to stay stable. Okay, but the females, what are they required to do? They're just required to keep a vagina. And there's where I have the issue there is that, wait a minute, if we cannot all be equally comfortable, we will all be equally uncomfortable. And if we are not all held to a standard of integrity, then don't come to me if I hold myself to that integrity, that will be my decision. not you telling me I owe it to the society or a woman or anybody else. Because if you're not telling everybody that they owe it to do that, I'll be damned if you're going to come over here and wag your finger at me. Did you have this talk with them over there first before you came talk to me? Then get your ass back over there and go have that talk over there and bring me back a signed certificate to demonstrate that you have had that talk. And then maybe I will allow you to schedule an appointment. I didn't say I was going to talk to you. Maybe, if perhaps I might allow you to schedule an appointment about talking to me. But seeing as we got about 4 decades of foolery to make up for. And we have men, you're the second male who's called me up tonight, and you're holding yourselves accountable. That is good and wonderful because it serves you personally in your life. But I want to go to a couple of things you said there.
Okay.
Because folks, I'm going to get down and dirty and gritty with it.
Let's get it.
But there's a reason for it. Now, he says he was being a scumbag with these females. I must ask, brother, what were the caliber of these females? Let's talk about socially, not looks wise. Socially, what was their caliber? What kind of caliber of females were these?
Oh, wait.
These were fine, upstanding, Coretta Scott King, Betty Crocker type women?
The only one actually was the one that was actually a kickboxer.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much the only one. The other ones, I've had, great females or whatever, but a lot of those didn't put their hands on me. It's just like the ones in the middle. So I have a little, I have a scale. I have these, and the ones in the middle, the ones that put their hands on me, and the one that was actually a kickboxer and a few other ones are the ones that I really prop up. But the ones in the middle is why I'm on this call right now.
Right, but my point is when your estimation of yourself and your assessment of yourself would say, Jason, I was a scumbag and I was this, that, and the other. And I'm just like, okay, well, all things remaining equal, what caliber of females were these? And that's important because it also goes into what kind of energy you were responding to. Because if these were fine, decent, salt of the earth females, that would be one thing. But for some reason, I question that.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't pick the best fruit. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, because my whole thing is, well, Jason, I was being a scumbag. Well, is that their pay grade? What? I mean, is that the level that they rank at? Because it's dishonorable if that's not the level that they rank at. But if that's where they're at, he's holding himself accountable. It's just like, wait a minute now. Birds of a feather flock together. So men tend to hold themselves accountable being retrospective. And it's just like, and when they think back over it, some of them come from single mother homes and they're really sitting up here flagellating themselves. But I'm just like, by the way, were these stand-up females and high morality, high standing chicks over here? Or were they chicks who were on the level you were at?
Not the ones that put their hands on me. Like, there are females that when I was in my, I don't want to curse, I'll say my player phase or whatever, I actually broke up with them because I wanted to do other things and I didn't want to hurt their feelings. That's pretty much me holding myself accountable. I actually broke up with good females because I knew I wanted to, be a player from the Himalayas and I didn't want to hurt their feelings. So I just dropped them.
Let me clarify something you just said there, folks, because I'm not going to shade the nickel. Men don't hurt women's feelings. What? It depends on your level of value. If the female considers you valuable enough, she doesn't care about other women. She doesn't care about a criminal record. She doesn't care about debt. She doesn't care about anything. We got multiple studies that have shown this, whether it's swipe left or swipe right. You've had men who did tests on some of these dating platforms to show that. If you're what the woman wants, brother, those things are not an issue. They're an issue in your head. They're not an issue in hers. So if they do have an objection, what they're saying is your value's not high. You don't rate high enough to be able to do that kind of stuff. There is a man she will have do that. What she's saying is not you. So if they do
Right.
respond that way, she's not saying I don't do that. What she's saying is I don't do that for you.
Yeah, right.
But trust me, there is. If Idris Elba show up in her DMs tonight, and she ain't gonna ask. The one question they will not ask Idris is if he's dating anybody. If Michael B. Jordan shows up in one of the women's inboxes on my chat room tonight, they will ask him many things. They will not ask him where his girlfriend is. Now, that's the subject of conversation that will not come up. And even if he introduces it, she gonna try to get past that as quick as she can. She's concerned about what she gonna get, not anybody else. That's the way that works. So men, and it's understandable, have introduced a lot of artificial requirements and artificial criterion on themselves that actually doesn't exist in the real world. Not in practice. In theory, it does, but not in practice. If you are the type of man that she desires, if you're the one she desires, those questions don't even come up. They don't even happen. They literally don't happen. It's only men in retrospect when they're taking a look at themselves and then it comes up. But that's just you. So I want you to keep that in mind. Now, if you have some behavior that you engaged in, you're not very proud of it. That's perfectly fine. That's an area to grow in. But please make sure that you came to those conclusions because those were the conclusions that were best for you and have most benefited you, not because you believe that most benefits other people. Because there's where the problem comes in, because our society is telling the men, think about everybody else, and telling the women, think about what's best for you.
Yeah, that's my mindset, and I think I don't think it's correct.
You don't think what's correct?
Like I care more about other people, and if I can't sustain myself, if I can't be the best version of myself, how can I be the best person for anybody else?
Yeah, because as a man, you're supposed to be a leader, and leadership is not about making everybody happy. Leadership is that you have learned what's the best direction to go in. You got a solid game plan, and you are going to be responsible for making sure it gets accomplished. Now you're looking for people who sign on for that, but that costs you. Leading costs you. Performing costs you. Getting results costs you. But you're not doing it to get nothing. You're doing it to get something.
Correct.
What you're trying to do is be worthy of whatever it is you're expecting. That's the only thing people should require of you, is that whatever you're demanding, you're worthy of it. If you've satisfied that criterion, everything else goes out the window. And everybody's trying to figure out how to get everything from you while giving you nothing. And there's where that becomes a problem. So I'm all for people wanting to make demands of you. The only question I'm asking is, by the way, before you comply with any of that, did they bring equal compensation for that? Or did they bring a lot of demands and they're not demanding anything of themselves towards you? Because if they're demanding a lot of you and not offering an equivalent demand of themselves to present to you, Houston, we got a problem. I'll let you have the last word.
Yes, sir. I mean, obviously you always give me a better perspective on what I'm saying. But 100%, you're correct. I appreciate it, man. B1.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. And fellas, have a program. The self-flagellation thing, I have no issue with that, but I'll be damned. We live in a day and era where they tell women that they can abort their babe, abort your baby. Do you understand that? We are in an era today where they're saying they can abort your baby. Hell, they can take your baby and drop him off at a fire station.
Nigga, what?
While telling you that you must be an everlasting paragon of virtue. We have the men sitting up here holding themselves to every standard imaginable and fabricating some things. And telling the females they don't have to hold themselves to a damn thing, especially where you're concerned. And the fellas are conflicting. Jason, I ain't a good person. And the chicks aborting people are? So let me get this straight. The chick who's turned her vagina into a wood chipper.
Oh, please.
Is fine and wonderful and can be on The View. But you're a scumbag. Really? So you're a scumbag, but she's just a misunderstood saint. If you don't get on your damn donkey and ride the hell up out of here. I want the men to understand when you've adopted some of these societal hating mechanisms into yourselves and didn't even realize it. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. I got my man Dan over here on Zoom. What's on your mind, Dan?
You can hear me, brother?
Yeah, brother. I was wondering what happened to you for a minute. I thought the chick with no arms, no legs that got a hold of you.
Oh no, I ain't never had. Hey, I never dealt with a chick with no arms and legs. That was the story that was told.
All right, Dan. What did he say? He ain't gonna talk about it. What happens in rehab stays in rehab.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
I don't blame you, brother. You ain't got to talk about it.
Oh my God.
What's on your mind?
I'm gonna speak on the subject because it is crazy though, man, that I think it is insane that now, before I speak on me, but I'm gonna speak on the subject of whatever her name, Sha-Carri Richardson, whooping dude or whatever the case may be, and she's getting locked up for it. How the media is not giving her the Shannon Sharpe treatment or the Ray Rice treatment or every other treatment that using the man who's been in domestic situation, even if that dude is not the perpetrator. So I'm really not surprised by that. But this is another thing that I think you probably touched on this because I ain't watched the whole program. I've been in a situation like that before, but I ain't got no domestic in my background. So nothing like, just in case you ask, no domestic in my background. First of all,
glad she would have had to make you jump out your chair, but go ahead.
Even when I was walking, brother, like I did the ass kicking. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm the one who did the ass kicking. If you ain't no woman I ever dealt with that, you know what I'm saying, that tried to embarrass me in public like that, like how that situation went down, it's never been a situation like that. Now, have I had women that try to swing on me? Absolutely. I end that shit quickly. I am the king of kicking your ass if you put your hands on me. Especially, and another thing, if you even steal any type of bread from me, I have a big thing about thieves. That's your ass right then and there. But I also want to say this though. I think we have a lot of fathers out here who, whatever their daughters call them about a domestic situation, they rather go World War III instead of asking their daughter, "What have you done? What part did you play in it?" Or refuse to even talk to the guy like, "Hey, why you put your hands on my daughter?" You know what I'm saying? Because I think that needs to be a conversation. I think that needs to be. I remember you touched on it before, but I think that needs to be a major conversation too. Because I have a mother, I got sisters and female cousins, and I tell them in the door, listen, you put your hands on that dude, or you embarrass that man on the streets, and he dealt with you on the spot. You asked for that. You know what I'm saying? So don't try to call the dudes. Don't try to call one of us in the family who about that life and think we're gonna crash out for you, because it's not gonna happen. We're gonna ask you questions, and we also know whether you lying or not, whether you telling the whole story or not.
Yeah, I mean there's the thing right there is we don't have a lot of fathers like that, because if you're a real father, you know if you raised a little hoe. You know that. You know if your daughter in these streets. You know if she's at them frat parties. You know if she's a damn embarrassment. You know if your daughter got to smell like a new nigga every week. You know if that's what you raised. Yeah, so for her to sit up here and call you and you try to act stupid, you should sit up here trying to be in denial. But nigga, you know what you raised.
Or that, and this is another thing too. I'm just gonna put it out there because I told you my last chick who I was dealing with, my last girlfriend who I was dealing with since I've been in this wheelchair. It's really these deadbeat fathers who just not coming around after she was 15, 10 years old and try to play the daddy when she grown and shit like that. I don't know which one worse, the one that been around your daughters your whole life and she decided to do what she want to do and say fuck what you talking about, or the deadbeat just come around, he want to play super father when she grown. Because my last chick that I was dealing with, and I knew what type of chick I was dealing with. I'm gonna keep it all the way at 100. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't take it serious. So the good thing is, I knew I won't get her pregnant. I won't go marry her anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. The last chick I was dealing with, her father was like that. He would try to come. And this was twice, and I had to check him since I've been in this wheelchair. I told him face to face, in his face. I say, look here, dude. You know what's to your daughter. You know, because you said out your mouth, you weren't there for your daughter for the first 10 to 15 years. You know what's to your daughter. So don't come to me and talking about, hey, I'm just trying to save her life and I don't want nothing to happen and such and such. You know, and it's just that simple. She get out of line, I get in her ass. It's just that simple. And if you don't like it, nigga, how about you pack her shit up and move in, have her move in with you then? Other than that, you don't tell me how the fuck how to run my shit and my relationship and run my motherfucking household. Fuck wrong with you? You know, sometimes you gotta check these old niggas. And he was one of these old niggas that's
It's just one of them old civil rights niggas, the fellas who were before you could get before not having kids was before not taking care of your kids was a felony. It's always one of them low lives in and out of jail, hoes all over the place. They had kids by every dog and every scrap dog running around the South Side.
And brother, now he wasn't no old school civil rights generation, but he was raised by a bunch of old school civil rights situation niggas. So he was an old school street nigga. Then changed his life. They got himself together and they got his paper.
Oh, there was a bunch of niggas who were running around during the Death Row Records era. It was a bunch of niggas like that who identified with that garbage. So they basically civil rights retreads.
And then and you right, her mama definitely had a bunch of kids, about a bunch of different men because he was baby daddy. Number two, and he also had a bunch of kids by multiple women. All his kids was 2-3 days apart. It was 4 of them. All her brothers is 2-3 days apart on the dad's side. So
days,
yes, literally 2 days apart.
Damn, where the hell you be finding these folk?
Man, listen, they all listen. They everywhere, dog. If you out in the street, will you rotate out here in these streets? You know, when you do your projects. So
Chicago just different, y'all. Chicago just different.
It's a different bracket up here. Especially if she's over the age of 50. Yeah, most of them definitely got multiple baby daddies. By the way, even the one that's well educated, and they'll try to tell you what's a good man is, and they cheating on the good women, all that bullshit.
Y'all, one day Dan gonna have to write a book, Handicaps and Hood Rats.
Damn! And deal with it, nigga.
For the stuff Dan done seen, Dan gonna have to write a book, Handicaps and Hood Rats. You can take that, Dan. Because this nigga talking about these folks days apart. I done heard a lot, but they days apart. And I bet you she know all the damn baby mamas too.
So she got all brothers on her mama and daddy's side. Her daddy got 4 kids by 4 different women. And all of them is literally 2 or 3 days apart. This is it. When I first heard, I'm like, huh? And he was married. That's the thing. So he was this pretty dude, pretty boy privilege, tall guy. You know, was athletic. Was a street nigga, get money. You know how they go. That was the advantage back in the 80s. You know, so then all of a sudden he done changed his life and got into Christ and all that other shit. And then but I had to check.
And them hoes didn't demand anything of him. Now there's the thing I want y'all to remember, and it's the same damn thing today. It rolls on. Fellas, while you're out here denigrating yourselves and flagellating yourselves and sitting up here, flogging yourselves. By the way, them fellas that they let to do that, well, I was just explaining to Chris, they don't demand this of any of them fellas. They didn't demand marriage. They didn't demand a ring. They didn't demand financial security. They didn't demand even him being exclusive. They didn't even demand exclusivity from him. They didn't demand a damn thing except to have their turn.
And here's the thing, brother. That man has never been on child support. Now, you would think the type of money that he's getting legit, because he been legit, he almost 60? Nigga been legit for about 30, almost 40 years. You know what I'm saying? Almost retired. With multiple real estate properties.
Child support is for niggas they don't like. You in the damn NFL, you in the NBA, PJY. Nigga, she don't like you. You a damn paycheck. Child support is for niggas they don't like. I need folks to shed their naivete. You on child support? Oh, she doesn't like you. Even if she used to like you. She doesn't like you anymore. So you know she likes you or not, whether you're on child support.
Man, listen. And here's another thing. I remember as a juvenile, when I was getting locked up as a juvenile, part of my community service, brother, and this was why I had the mindset I had as a young nigga when I jumped off the porch about bringing kids in this world, especially if she's not married. You know what I'm saying? Being extra careful. One of the things that they instruct me to do at 15, 16 years old was go to family court. Dude, and I'm 33 now. So we talking about what, 17 years ago? 17, 18 years ago, however much many years ago. Man, when I sat in family court for hours and listened to some of these cases, even then, I could only imagine the shit now. Even then, as a 15-year-old boy, 15, 16-year-old boy, I already knew right then and there. Man, I told myself, I say, boy, that would never be me. No way. And brother, I'm still out here. I'm still rotating these streets, moving around, going to different places. You know what I'm saying? Even the children and all that. And boy, I must tell you, as a paraplegic, as a complete paraplegic, it's quite. I've been getting different reaction, but it's quite very interesting. I won't even see here sugarcoating with you.
It's the same thing as always there, man. So it's messy situations. Old Pops, if he ain't been in the picture, I'll be the first one to tell him, nigga, you ain't in the picture. You ain't gonna be in it. You're not in it, you ain't gonna be in it. And if she giving you back talk, you know what? You and your raggedy daddy going together.
I literally said, and you know what, brother? I told her that. I told him in his face. You know what I'm saying? I told him in his face in the wheelchair. He had somebody else with him. I say, listen, I told him straight up, respectfully. Now, I ain't get tough and hot on some gang shit, none of that. I just told him respectfully as a man to man, young nigga to old nigga. I say, bro, don't let this wheelchair fool you. If you got a problem, the way how I talk to your daughter, as you say, you have a problem with some of my opinion I say to your daughter, and what type of stress should I lay on your daughter? Nigga, pack her shit up and let her live with you then. But see, you ain't gonna do that. So if that's the case, then you need to shut the fuck up then. You know what I'm saying? Because I told him straight up, listen, I'm not scared what the results here, but my respect is everything. But and I told him that straight up. I said, you have a problem with it, have your daughter pack her shit up and go right out. And even to this day, years later, she would still inbox me off different pages, wishing me happy birthday. Still hang around my sister. She still hang around my sister to this day. We're still indirectly at my bad about this light. I'm on the porch. So still we're indirectly asked about it. Or have her other family members still check for me on social media. Now, brother, you and I know this. If a chick don't like you no more and she don't fuck with you no more, you such a horrible nigga and all this, they will block you on everything. Not just on everything. They will block your family members. They won't even come around. They will even in certain conversations with other females get to talking about you. These bros don't do that to this day, brother. What they do is make different emails, make fake Facebook pages, fake Instagram pages, and have an app called, now, brother, I got to put you up on this. I don't know you'll know about this. Have you heard of the app called the Text Now app?
Textile. Didn't we just have T? We just had the T app, TEA. Now there's a T in textiles. What the hell's going on?
It's called Text Now app. Have you heard of that?
Oh, Text Now. Okay, Text Now. Yeah, that's a phone app.
Okay, that's what they do. They have a second phone because don't do the Text Now app on your real number because people could trace that. You know, it's easy. You know, the technology is strong out here. So what they do is they have a second phone, even though the motherfucker off, but they will have a Text Now. They'll use the Text Now app. They have a different number and everything, and you can also compare a bill on there every month. Maybe $3 a month. I forgot the name of the bill. They will text you on the Text Now app, wishing you happy birthday. You know it's them. Or they'll have a third or fourth Facebook page, wish you happy birthday, or try to fake kick you, or have a family member still check for you. They'll still be checking your Facebook to see if you still have number of people that still like your status and your posts and all that. You know what I'm saying? Or to see if she believes that you're doing down bad in life, or to see if your money then ran low. It's out here. But see, this is why, and this is why I rock with you, because you're up to date nigga though. You don't sound like one of these old niggas that's outdated. And and by me a young dude that's still out here in these streets and keep myself updated. Most dudes got to keep themselves up to date, man. Even if you come from a small town, you have to keep yourself up to date at all times. Because if not, you're left behind. You easily take advantage of it. It's simple as that.
Look, the bottom line is, if you've raised your daughter, she's supposed to be up on it to begin with. So it really shouldn't require a whole lot from you. She'll come over and cry on your shoulder from time to time. I get that. But it shouldn't require a whole lot of micromanaging from you. You can't micromanage a nigga. You've been out the scene for decades. So it's just that to me would just be offensive. I'd be like, nigga, who are you? Who in the hell are you? And why are you speaking on my name? Who the hell are you? Ain't earned the right, nigga. You ain't earned no seniority from your own bloodline. So that to me would just be offensive out the gate. But then again, I wouldn't have to say nothing to him because I'd have her check this nigga off. I'd have her do that. And if she didn't do that, okay, both of you going. Simple as that.
Thanks.
But we, like I say, fellas can't be so damn. What happened to the civil rights generation? They were so damn desperate for sex, and a bunch of fellas in my generation kind of emulated some of that too. We started shaking that off. But the bottom line is, fellas out here who are desperate for sex, they're desperate. They got a beta dating strategy. Everything ends with, well, as long as I get some sex, then forgive and forget everything. And respect is just gone out the window. Then when they end up crashing out because they've been disrespected, it's just like, dude, we've been prepping the environment the whole time. So the buck stops here, man. It's just damn being popular, damn being liked. What the hell has that gotten you? You have a whole bunch of females. Oh, you real nice, and all you do is help her move her damn furniture. But you're not respected.
Man, and that's another thing. If you hear a bunch of older, well, it's a difference between being a decent human and being respectful. But when you hear especially a bunch of chicks who be ran through, oh my God, I got to go there. I bet you, especially a bunch of chicks who been ran through, she was like 12 or 13. And she's about 60 years old now. If you hear a bunch of chicks, especially if she's an older woman, talking about he's such a nice guy, basically is you easy take advantage of. And if you was to try to lay your foot down, they'll castrate your ass. It's just that simple for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I was talking about this earlier, that Sha-Carri's boyfriend, you know, the media came and talked to him, and, you know, he's sticking by the code, you know, he didn't bury her. He was talking about, you know, they really shouldn't even arrested her. He didn't want them to do that. So, I mean, he was keeping it solid. My issue there is that, number one, unfortunately, the females as a group, you might find an individual here or there, but as a group, they end up holding the code. So I'm not going to advise somebody to enter into, you know, one-way negotiations. That's just not right. And then number two, you know, there's nothing to be gained from a man trying to demonstrate to people that, you know, how harmless he is. I don't think there's anything to be gained from that. All that does is encourage people and embolden them to turn up the volume.
I've been saying that for my whole lifetime. Just because you harmless, that make people want to take more advantage of it, especially your family members. You have to be able to say no. You have to be able to put your foot down and say, man, this ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Especially something like that, because now I did not get a chance to see the video, but I know you
on
probably
the screen the whole time, but go ahead.
No, that's why I say I wasn't watching the whole video the whole time. I was listening, but I wasn't watching it through the phone. You know what I'm saying? Did he try to hit her back or something?
Not at all.
Oh my God.
I mean, after Jonathan Majors, bro, you saw what happened there. So it's.
Oh my, listen. I don't know, brother. Maybe because I ain't got a lot to lose so far as like on that level, but even if I do have a lot to lose, brother, you just not gonna put your hands on me, dog. I don't give a fuck what's going on, man. You just not gonna put your hands on me. I'm sorry. I wasn't raised like that. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna protect myself at all costs. If I gotta deal with if I get booked for it, is what they'll fight out and try to beat the shit. Fuck it. It is what, and sue the shit out y'all for even charge me for some shit like that. But you just not gonna put your hands on me in public, and you not gonna fool the public. Man, I already told you early. I'm the king of whooping that ass you put your hands on.
I mean, look here. The issue that we have, though, is, and cats would be up here talking stupid for the last 2 years when I talked about the thing with Diddy. And I'm sitting up here saying, okay, if Cassie is your daughter, and you notice who you didn't hear a damn word about from the previous 3-4 years was her parents. Okay, where the hell were her parents when she was getting freaked off and freaked in and freaked over and freaked out for the previous damn decade? Where the hell were them niggas for the previous decade while their daughter was slutting it up in 4K in every luxury hotel in America? Then y'all gonna try to jump up now? Y'all didn't give a damn about your daughter when she was out here in these streets getting done up. That was cool. Now all of a sudden the folks she was running around with, we're supposed to condemn them?
Bro, I think to answer that question. Let me answer that for you. They want that payout like the same way with the R. Kelly situation. Those parents want the motherfucking payout because a lot of them was fucked up too. That's what I believe. They want that payout. So it's like, hey, my daughter getting it or my son getting it, they gonna look out for their parents too.
It takes a special type of parent to raise a daughter who's one of Diddy's freak-offs. Freak-off freaks. It takes a special type of parent to raise that daughter. And there's a never-ending stream of fellas out here. Your daughter thinks she fly and thinks she's on the come-up and she thinks she's slick. So yeah, they're looking for the highest bidder. It takes a special type of parent to raise a daughter who is available to the highest bidder. And I'm just not going to act stupid like that's not the world we live in and that's not a regular, typical, routine thing. Because it is. Cassie was not the only one. Young Miami, not the only one. The little Asian chick, not the only one. Kim Porter. Damn. There is a very, very long line. And they do not want to leave this world without knowing what a Bentley or a Rolls Royce or something like that was like. They want to be that it girl and they want to get there as quick as they can. And they really don't give a damn what the breakage is to get there. And all I'm saying is, okay, if that's what it is, let's be real about it. But don't sit up here and tell me that I have to pretend that you're poly purebred or Miss Innocent when you ain't. I can respect you for being the hoe that you are. Don't sit up here and think you're going to bully me into acting like it wasn't what it is. And so if that's what it is, I want fellas to understand, okay, they ain't playing by the code like that. And if we're harmless, that's only going to invite folk to keep doing more of it to us. And that doesn't do us any good. So as men, we got to start valuing ourselves. The men have to start valuing ourselves. And it doesn't help when you see something like Diddy happen, and then you see a bunch of sissified G-string wearing Jolly Rancher booty mama's boys getting on YouTube or Instagram trying to signify the females, oh, I'm one of the good guys here. And Diddy is a bad dude, and Shannon Sharpe's a bad dude, and these are bad dudes. And if they would just, be more like me, they'd be good guys. Isn't that right, girls? And that always holds up. Right until the females tell that little nigga, now you're a corn. We agree with you, but you're a little cornball. We never have sex with you. Then it's like, you little whores and hoes and sluts. Then that's that same guy. So there's a group of fellas out there who will gladly undermine us if they think that it will shine favorable light on them in front of the females.
Now, brother, I gotta add on one thing. And I've been seeing a lot of this on Facebook. I don't even have an Instagram page, but Facebook and Snapchat, particularly. A lot of dudes, man, I'm gonna just be on some real nigga shit, but it ain't like this is nothing new. Because I done check some dudes myself. I'm so tired of seeing dudes talking about if a man date a woman half of his age, around his children age, he's a creep. No, nigga, you judge because you ain't got that type of status. Or that type of money. If you ain't had the money, if you ain't got that type of status to the point that the females feel you, you won't be saying the shit you saying because you've been taking advantage of your goddamn self.
The fellas who do the most condemning of other men's dating habits, that nigga don't turn down nothing but his collar. They are the biggest hypocrites. That nigga, he don't turn down nothing that talks to him. Not a damn thing.
But sit here telling you, well, it's a creep if a man date younger. I'm talking about these dudes sound just like the chicks who's over 45 talking about I see why the women over a certain age say that because they ain't checking for them. So why you go for something younger? But a grown man sitting here talking about another grown man's dating habit. Not to see if these dudes would say underage. It's because words do matter how you use it. You didn't say underage. You said, well, he's dating a woman half his age. Well, he's 55. Why is he targeting a 25-year-old?
He's tapped into his feminine energy. He's jealous and upset. A man with no options is very jealous of fellas who have options. If you actually had options, dude, you'd be concerned about what's going on with you. You would not be out here pocket watching other dudes. You'd be too concerned about what's going on with you. Because them fellas out there using their options, they're not worried about what you dating. And they're not worried about micromanaging you. So fellas who know they're outcast, these are the beta males I was talking about the whole time. They think that that's what the females want to hear. So they identify with the females that they wish they could get attention from. This is what they believe they see these females saying. So that's what he starts parroting because he thinks he's appealing to them. I want y'all to know, you see it when fellas post things on their social media, they think that there's a female audience that's secretly watching, and that's a form of phishing. They're hoping if they post this old sucker stuff long enough that eventually one of them gonna pop up in their DMs. You know what? You always are so right about that. I wish other males were like you. Yes, that's right. And you wish they were like me. Too bad they're not. They're just all stupid. Can I get your number? And that's really the strategy going on. Seriously.
Man, and one more thing. You could go on my Facebook you go on my Facebook right now. Whenever I post something that's supposed to be controversial, but I'm saying something that's 100% right, I know I get the smoke. I know because a lot of them be like, man, why is this crippled nigga talking? Like, bro, you in the wheelchair, and a lot of them be knowing that I be right because face to face, I don't get that type of energy though, because they know, like, come on, stop playing. I get busy. Whenever I say something that's 100% right and it's unadulterated and it's a lot of truth to it, they'll try to attack your character. They don't try to attack what you're saying, what is not right all the time. They usually try to attack your character. So let me give you a prime example of what they'll usually say. And yes, some of these dudes be on this train too. And I hate it because it's so fucking feminine, man. If a man who's exercised his option, if he can't stop cheating with different women, he eventually will try it with a different man. He like boys. And I made a post, and brother, you can look on my Facebook. I got my government name on there. I think I sent you a friend request not too long ago. Because I shared some of your posts. I said, ladies, a man who exercised his option, calling him gay, that shame attack, the shit ain't gonna work. It doesn't work. It never has worked. So just stop it. As a matter of fact, if you say that to a man in his face, he might knock your fucking teeth out of your mouth because that's an insult. You know what I'm saying? And then you got some of these dudes, you got some of these feminine dudes. I know ain't getting no ass. I know they ain't checking for them like that. I know if they got kids, all they baby mamas is fat as fuck, over 300 pounds. Talking about, well, damn, it ain't that much coochie in the world. So, you know, but some of these dudes do be gay. What? Like, so you basically co-signing shit thinking that these group of chicks is going to give you some ass, going to give you some play. That's
yeah, I mean, they really do think that ass kissing is a strategy. That's literally where they're coming from, is that kissing ass is a strategy. And they're shameless. You got to understand, once again, it would be different if they had to spend time around other men. If they had to associate around other men, that would be different. But these guys don't. They don't spend time around other males. They're not in the company of other men. They're in the company of their grandmama and their auntie and them. And these are little beta magnet school beta chump simps. These are them. Now they have access to the internet and they talk their nonsense, but there's nothing that they're doing that we would want to emulate or identify or swap places with. So they basically become the male reinforcements for the hoes. And the killing part about it is the females they're sucking up to don't give a damn about them. There's the killing part. You're useful idiots but you're not objects of desire. I'll let you have the last word.
Man, that's all I gotta say, man. Even though I ain't caught up in a minute, but you know, I gotta always, you know what I'm saying, check in. You feel me? Especially on subject that really, really matters. But I always do listen, though. I also do listen to your Black channel too. You know what I'm saying? A lot. I just haven't really been calling in. I've just been trying to get myself all the way together with what I need to be. You know what I'm saying? So, man, continue to drop that game. Continue putting out the information that the mainstream media try to steal. You know what I'm saying? And keep doing your thing, brother. So I still be listening and watching. So
thank you for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, as men, what we have to understand is that, unfortunately, the bastard baby maker generation of the civil rights / baby boomer generation, they cultivated a bunch of sissy-five mama's boys who emulate with the hoe and hood rat culture. They don't get along with masculine males or masculine male identity. So when they get on the internet, they are simply the male version of the hood rat hoes that we all complain about. That's them. So when any subject comes up, they first and foremost try to figure out how they're going to blame men for it. How they're going to denigrate men because they don't have any standing with men. So they have no problem whatsoever, like Steven from Django Unchained. I'm going to join forces with them. You have to understand, when fellas are desperate, they'll hold out any vein of hope. Well, if I sit up here and turn against the other men long enough, they think that there is an implicit, not explicit, but an implicit nonverbal promise. There is an implicit nonverbal promise from females that if you kiss their asses long enough, then they're going to reward you. Now, here's the issue. He doesn't give a damn what female it is. What? He doesn't care who it is. So long as he finally gets a turn. He doesn't care who it is. So it's problematic to him to get any type of attention. So when he talks about getting his turn, man, he's talking about he gonna grab anything. So he ends up being around the females. He listens to them gossip and henpeck and cluck. And then he says, well, if he listens to the women making complaints about men, and then he says, well, hell, if I can identify with them more than that, I'll be in good shape. If I can identify with that more. Let me go ahead and see if we can try Ambrosia again here. We'll see if we can try this one more time. Hopefully she's gotten her microphone situation straightened out. Okay, Ambrosia, how are we doing?
Hi, Jason. I wanted to basically say, yes, Sha-Carri should get the Ray Rice treatment. She should get the Chris Brown treatment. She should get the Diddy treatment. This woman is extremely violent, and this what we saw on video was probably really light because she was in a public setting. That type of behavior is atrocious. Nobody should be treated like that, whether it's behind closed doors or in public. And she should have to go to jail. She should have to do community service, followed by anger management because she has some serious mental issues. And she should also have to go on an apology tour and condemn her behavior and the biases and the double standards that's within the toxic femininity community. She should have to do all those things. Her life should be put under a magnifying glass, just like they do Black men. She should have to answer for that. There are right now just going to jail. That's no real consequences. And if it was the other way around, the man would be crucified in public. He would be crucified in the news media. And it's not right. And if women really want equality, like they claim that they do, then that's what she should have to go through.
Somebody in the chat room there was talking about some of the folks she would need to speak to about that. Did you see that?
No.
Okay, well, maybe it's during that time that you were sitting there tapping in for your OnlyFans. What? Sometimes I have to keep my mods a little bit more focused when they're not sitting around, whatnot. They're looking for some white men in their DMs, and I got to bring them back over here because they're not always available. But in any case, I actually have an issue with what you said on principle. Not an issue in practice, but on principle. I'm not a big proponent, for example. I'm not a big proponent of Dr. John Henry Clark talked about this. And he talked about, how Negroes think that they're going to one-up each other by going to white daddy and going to the dominant society. Now, if they're not winning, well, don't worry. I got some white folk I can call. And that was why I started off the program giving the example about The Sopranos, because that's rooted in reality. I've been to Philadelphia. I've been to Boston. I've been to New York. I've been to your Italian enclaves across this country. And that is not the attitude that they have. They do not have an attitude to call the police. The police are there to be proactive, to actively suppress black folk. That as far as they're concerned, that shouldn't require a call. If they do something, they're going to try to do some little vigilante action or something. But especially when it comes to each other, their first resort is not contacting the police. Their first resort is not handing it over to other people. And as the most oppressed people in America, who should have the strongest code in that regard, I'm not a big fan of that, because it would be different if it were a singular transgression, but I know it won't be. I know it will not be. I'm also not a big fan of other people making the rules by which we're going to live, because once you hand control over to them, they're going to be making all the rules. They will not confine it to just this one thing. Next thing you know, they're telling you what side the street y'all supposed to be parked on, and then they start taking all kinds of liberties that they don't. You take a look in Asian society. The truth of the matter is, if we really want to be grimy about it, I can show you Asian females. I posted videos. They fighting on airplanes. They're fighting at malls. They're fighting in the middle of the damn street. It's just, come on. Let's get serious. But what you don't see, there's one thing I noticed you all have not, I haven't heard anybody say. I have yet to see one of these videos where the police come running up. I have yet to see a video with two Asian females fighting in the middle of the damn street and waiting for the police to show up. There are no police coming. There aren't any. The police are there for traffic, if somebody has an auto accident, but everybody else is very, very reluctant to have a situation where that occurs, where the legal system gets involved. They're very, very reluctant about that. That is a plus, and that is a positive, because it speaks to your attitude about the government. Government should be very limited. It should be very limited in its powers. It should be very limited in its scope. It should be very limited in its abilities. It should be confined to a very small corner of society, and today it's far larger than it should be. The result of the welfare state was the government got people inviting it into places it should never be. Once you invite them in, now they start making rules. Okay, you can get this little welfare check so long as you do A, B, C, and D. That's the end result and the ultimate result of inviting them in. So, as a rule, I am not a big, firm believer in the idea that the government should be invited to settle disputes. Show me where that's actually resolved things, to be totally honest with you. But I am not a big proponent in it. That's not the way the old folks operated. That's not the way the old people operate, because they understood that. When you bring the government in, they will not be here for just one thing. They're going to be like, now we've got authority for other things now. We got it for what you called us for? Yeah. And a whole lot more. Which is why routinely you see a bunch of dumb black single mothers. They call the police about their children, and then the police are shooting you and the kids. So it shouldn't take 15 times of incidents doing it, but apparently it takes years and years for some folks to get the clue. But so in principle, I disagree with it. In practice, it might be a different matter, but in principle, I take issue with it. Not to say that what you're saying was inaccurate, But in principle, I have to at least have some reservation about it because I know where it leads. And it won't be limited. That's in principle. Unfortunately, in practice, we have a different problem. Because I can espouse this, and please let us just be very, very clear about this. As men, the simple fact of reality is, if we as men really wanted to hoe up out here, we can have chicks getting arrested every day. What? If the men really wanted to do that, but then again, take a look at the way I've said that, hoe up about it. So as a man, you're not masculine if you do that. So even psychologically, we are averse to doing that because we've been told that we're less than the man if we do that. But the truth of the matter is, if we did, we'd have them in jail every day. If we played the whoever gets to the police first wins game, we're the most strategic people on the planet. We'd be winning that every day if that was what we did. Everyone knows, though, that in practice we should, but we don't. They know that men as a group don't. Even to the extent of, you got boys in school and the teachers are having sex with them. Well, we're talking and we don't do that. So we're not really impressed on us that we go to the authorities about things even when we should. Even when we're supposed to. But if we did, man, we'd have the damn cell phones rolling and chicks would be having criminal records out this damn world. There is not a single female in here, present company included, who has not put their hands on the dude. Not a single one. He just didn't do anything. But that was the reason they did that, because they know ain't nothing going. You're betting that the odds are relatively good that nothing's going to happen. That he's just going to accept it. And so now we got to a point where most males have this story, but everybody's walking around acting as if they don't. And the Oprah Winfreys of this world and the Views of this world, they love that because they get to continue the charade. So it really depends on men continuing to operate and uphold the code of omerta. We're upholding this code of silence. But if we went the other way, it would be totally different. It'd be totally different because it's not just a one-time thing. It would be totally different. But we don't. And on the one hand, it speaks to a good principle, but on the other hand, like I say, that principle is misguided if everybody is not adhering to it. That's the problem. Everybody's not adhering to it. And there's Sha-Carri. I haven't heard a word about her sponsors, the Olympic team. I haven't heard anybody distancing themselves. Nobody's talking about pulling a contract. You haven't heard anything. You haven't heard nothing. Over a week later, it was over a week before you found out what the hell happened. Over a week later, but they haven't said anything. Nobody is going out of their way to put her on Front Street and brag to the world about how they're distancing themselves from her. Nobody's doing that. Now, there's the part that should be disturbing. Not just her, but wait a minute, all you folks who were on the damn hate Diddy train and the Shannon Sharpe shooters, all y'all folk there, where the hell are you tonight? Where are you tonight to tell her that she doesn't need to have a career or a living and she should be in jail? Where the hell are you? Because you've been on deck for years. Where's Law and Crime and Headline News and you name them? Where the hell are they at? And I want men to understand this is how seriously the society believes in male oppression. This is how dedicated they are to it. When you see something like this, this is frightening. Because the next evolutionary step is overt brutalization at random. If they say it's a double standard, okay, male, quote, domestic violence, you're monsters. For the females, well, you're just kind of misunderstood. Oh, take a look over here. We got Friends is on. Next, it's okay to attack you randomly. And then again, we've had that too. We've already had that. Any random female can call up and make all kinds of accusations and everybody's going to follow it until you disprove it. And then they're not going to give the attention to disproving it that they did to to the beginning of it because that's the goal. As men, we bought into it with our silence. Something will have to change. Something will have to change in that regard. And I'm not 1,000% certain tonight what that would have to be, but something will have to change in that regard. Our code of principles, where that kind of thing is concerned, that'll require some alteration. It will. But I don't think under the current regime, I don't see the government being the answer for that. I don't think ultimately that's what you want it to be, because as men, if we become dependent on the government to protect us, I'm starting with this from the beginning. Well, we run into a whole bunch of situations in our lives. We can't call a police officer first. Really? I don't really live a life where that's a whole thing right there. We all know the statistic. It usually takes police 3 to 5 minutes at best to get to you, which means for the next 3 to 5 minutes is you and the bad guy. So if you get it in your mind that, well, don't worry, I'll call them and everything will be all right. Now think about what you're saying. What you're saying is you're turning over safety of your well-being to other people. And I don't think that's a good ideology or practice for a man to adopt. That other people are going to take care of him. The other people are going to look out for him. If you're expecting other people to look out for your physical safety, you're going to expect them to look out for your car, look out for your car maintenance, look out for your rent maintenance, look out for your upkeep. Where does it end? Where does your expectation that somebody else is going to be your protector and provider, where does that end? And if the government is daddy for all, including the men, well then, work, own nothing, and be happy. Although I could be wrong. What do you think?
No, I do. I agree. When you put it in that perspective, I can see that. I understand. How would these women behavior change if there's no consequences for their actions?
The consequences need to be social. And here's where we get into trouble about it. The rise of rap music was the streets setting the rules and saying what the rules are, which is why I've never been somebody to condemn quote unquote gangster rap. I've never been anybody to condemn that, because I've always understood what it was, and I've always understood what its origin was and its purpose is you all setting the rules. When you bring in government, that's external people setting the rules. So there is a very, very valuable metric to that. What has been missing are social consequences. That's been missing. We talk about the inmates running the asylum. This is what happens when the hoes run the whorehouse. This is what happens. No rules, no organization, no structure. It's just a bunch of renegade hoes, just sitting up here doing whatever. And the reason that happened, let's be clear, the reason that happened is for 3 reasons. Number 1, the males got so desperate for sexual access that they began giving up ground and conceding anything so long as it made sexual access easier. One of the things that the males conceded was, well, if these hoes will sleep with me easier, then let them have whatever laws they want to. So we started with hoes burning their bras in the streets and all this old nonsense. There were guys like, yeah, that's great. Yeah, well, yank them bras off. Well, yeah, that was how it started, but that's not how it's going to end. First, she yanked the bras off. Then she said you raped her. So you thought it was about sex, and she let you know it's always about power. And now I've got the power to punish you. And we have not had a recalibration of those things. Oprah Winfrey was a very deliberate, very structured attack on us, propped by corporate interests, of course, and the media. And it worked for them wonderfully. In the 21st century, it's a hell of a whole lot harder. The pushback has been ferocious and fierce, and now she's been pushed into hiding, which is where she needs to be, although that's because hell's not open yet. So the conversation has changed in that regard. However, that old conversation, that old contaminated one that she was a part of, yeah, it needs to be pushed back on, but it needs to be pushed back on with a code. And that code needs to be very concrete and very coherent. It can't be some wildcat structure. It cannot be immature. As I started off the program saying, you can't just say, oh, we're males and being pissy because the females were immature for so long. That's not the way that works. It has to be very structured and very logical and very stoic, simply because it is the correct thing, not because you're getting your jollies in and it's time for some payback. That can't be the way it goes, because you see, payback is a temporary structure. At some point, we need to have a livable environment. So when females when females violate the code, there's supposed to be consequences for that. Number one, answering your question, the males are supposed to have a conversation within themselves where they identify this person over here is a problem. Now, that's what's supposed to happen. The problem that we have had is that there have been too many males who have been able to defect from the others. There have been too many males who have made it their goal that will defect from the others and I'll undermine the rest of you. Where we have failed as men is that we have not made a punishment mechanism for those that do. So first and foremost among your group, if you've got males who are undermining the others, he's supposed to be the first target. Right there. He's supposed to be a pariah. He's supposed to be an outcast. His name is supposed to be Mud. Everybody's supposed to gang up on him because he is the problem. When the females realize there isn't some court of appeals to go to and the males are really on code and really structured and they're not sitting over here disorganized and figuring out as they go along and there'll be consequences, then they stop trying to get people to do that. When they realize, yeah, that doesn't work. And we don't have enough of them or anybody of significance to hold it up. You see, it's one thing if you're an ass kisser in the internet age was happening. Yeah, there's some ass kissers out there, you know, like guys like Destiny, but they're a joke among the men. The females don't even want those kind of guys around because he doesn't have any influence. He's got no standing. He's got no status. He has no clout. So he can talk stupid, but it doesn't matter. It's like Candace Owens. She stopped talking about black folks so much recently because after she talked to that rabbi, I'm like, brother, Rabbi Shmuley checked you in front of the world and said, by the way, black people won't come defend you. Now, when you have a Jewish rabbi who is dragging your ass and he's like, by the way, I'm going to do it. Black folk ain't coming for me. Like, yeah, black folk will gang up on somebody, but they're not going to gang up on me for you. You don't have any black support. So I can run buck wild on you. And he did. And he's still doing it. Well, yeah, you do that when you know the person ain't got no backup. That's how you do. Well, if the women know that fella ain't got no backup, they're not coming to support him. It's like, dude, you're a joke. The men don't listen to you. I mean, you can repeat us all you want to, but you're an outcast. The men don't respect you. So all you guys in the audience are hoes. Case in point, Derek Jackson. I mean, you just got an audience of hoes, but there are no men who support you. And that's it. So the first step is that the men have to make sure that we know that there's a group of gutless wretches in our group who try to undermine people. And we need to make sure that as males, we need to have a code of conduct that says those guys are the problem first. Because it sends a mixed message. It sends a message that it gives the impression that there are men who are okay with this. That there are men who are okay with the status quo. That we like being beat up and abused and oppressed and targeted. That we like that. And if we just bow and scrape a little bit more, then things would go easier for us. And that's the reason why those guys got to get dealt with quickly. And we have to do that overtly. And it has to be very, very clear to everybody, yeah, this jackass don't speak for any of us and none of us fool with him. So anybody over there and whatnot, just understand he's a dog. Well, everybody got the point then. That's the first thing. The second thing is that once you have that very clearly established that you've got that uniform code of response, the next thing is for the females, there have got to be concrete rewards and punishment mechanisms. Chivalry is dead and women killed it, as Dave Chappelle said. And as men, we got to stop treating that like a slogan and treat it like the real thing. It doesn't do men any... Where we fall off as men is that men want to have enough power, wealth, and influence to get as much access to sex as they want to, and then they say, all right, the hell is with the rest of y'all. That's what happened with Shannon Sharpe. Shannon was running around with this little off-code chick, and he knew the whole damn time. He should have been talking like this before. I've always said, Shannon's sitting up here talking like he's riding the fence. I'm like, dude, everybody talks that garbage until the day they come for you. They came for Diddy. They came for Cosby. They came for him. Are y'all seeing a damn pattern? If you're a black male who is at the top of the heap of whatever industry you in, and you're above even the white folk, oh, they coming for you. One of them broads, they gonna give him the flip. And the time for you to be talking is before they come flipping on you. As a matter of fact, it would do you even better, because if you said it before they came and flipped on you, it would make it a lot easier for people to defend you. Because they'd be like, oh, he told us they were coming for him. Yeah, okay, there he is. But fellas want to sit up here and just look out for themselves. Steve Harvey, give me a $200 million contract so I can look out for me and this skank over here. Let me go do that. And hopefully keep my head down. And that's what we have. So up until now, only the rappers have been the only people with the guts to call hoes hoes. To call bees bees and call hoes hoes. And instead of condemning them, it's just like, no, if the shoe fits, buy a matching purse. So it takes men to be brutally honest about that. Males have started acting as if we can speak against our own best interests. Hell, we don't even have any interests. And in the process, you've lost respect across the board. So when it comes to dealing with women, we need to speak exactly what our interests are, without that being clouded by the way, is this going to get in the way of my sexual access? Sexual access has to stop being the damn primary priority, and instead having self-interest. But the issue is, can you get men to define what their self-interests are outside of sexual contact? Ooh, I don't know what else I'm going to be doing right here. And then when these folks show up lying on you, all of a sudden you figured out what it is. And it shouldn't take that damn long. So men need to have open conversations about this in the open on outlets. We need to be talking about this and stop pretending that the issue is that the guy did something wrong. If he had done something different, this wouldn't happen. There's where we're messing up at. We're condemning ourselves because we think that's what folks want to hear, as opposed to us saying, you know what, to hell with what they want to hear. We're going to talk like this. You can dislike Donald Trump if you want to there, but at least he's gone through enough stuff that he realized, man, screw it. They're coming for me anyway. Let me just say what the hell I'm going to say. Let me just lay it out there. They're coming for me anyway. If most males saw it that way, but the truth is most males think if they keep their head down, well, hopefully either I won't get hit or that I won't get beat too bad when I do get hit. And that's literally the strategy they're employing. And it's insanity. So as men, we need to be brutally honest about what the hell is going on out here. Stop pretending it isn't. Because here's the killing part. The females are not under any illusions of what's going on. They know what the hell's happening. Every female listening in here right now knows if she files child support, she doesn't even have to prove the nigga's the dad. If she goes to the police or the court system, women love going to the State Department and the police and the government and court and whatnot because they're like, oh, they'll be on my side. If they thought for a minute that that was a hostile environment, they would not be there. I've been telling you this for going on 2 decades. If they thought it was a hostile environment, they wouldn't be egging to go there. They're egging to go there because they know it's not. It's not hostile ground. They figure that's home court advantage. So that's why they're very, very eager to do those kinds of things. But we as men make it easier when we make the social environment very comfortable. And when they feel like if they go to a TV station that they can get the same deference that they get in court or from the police department or from the welfare office, if they feel like they can get that same deference on social media or television or whatever, well, that just reinforces it even more. And there's where we get into trouble. So as men, we have to stop talking. We have to stop talking in nice, subdued tones about it and be very, very blunt about it. Because, I have to keep reminding guys that, by the way, women have the right to abortion both before birth and after. They can take your kid and throw him from a fire station and off she walks. You try it as the father and see what happens. That's literally where we are. And we got males. So as long as he can get some sexual access from a strong 2, then he's overlooking that. So that's the conversation we as men need to be having. It's like, yeah, we'll talk about that sex thing here in a moment. Do you know the women can grab our kids and throw them in front of a fire station and that's okay? Yeah, can we talk about that's not all right? Once that conversation begins to happen, then you start talking about legislation. And when people see that you're not just content to talk, you're here to actually get things done, well, that turns things around. That changes it. So you notice I went through the natural progression of things. We went from thought to talk to acting amongst yourselves to finally getting things done in the greater society. When they see us as men, as a group, and that's the way that we're moving, that's what changes things. Now, unfortunately, it's not that simple. It really isn't that simple because we have to have something different to rally around. So I have to make it as far as black men are concerned. And the reason for that is, as I've said, the red pill thing doesn't work for us because the white guys in the red pill are trying to figure out how to correct the situation, but still leave us, handcuffed and whatnot. So they're not trying to fix men's issues. They're just trying to fix it for white men's interests. So we keep talking about men in general and everybody else trying to figure out how to leave us out of it. Yeah, how do we fix this but still leave you in the lurch? I'm like, well, I'll be damned. You guys just won't let that go. They're okay fixing the situation so long as it still penalizes us. So we have to have a code that fixes it for us, whether or not these other folk go along with it, because, by the way, who's running the government? So there's a reason why there's a lot of that nonsense that goes on. But as men, we have to have a brutally honest conversation. We have to be very, very clear amongst ourselves. We cannot mince words. We got to say it just like it is. The little old Jolly Rancher fruit booty dude over there who's trying to figure out, okay, guys, be strong, but don't be too strong. The females might not give us anything. That guy got to go. We cannot be speaking about that in any form, shape, or fashion. It's just got to be strictly on what the interests are. And when they see us moving together like that, they'll take us seriously, but more importantly, they'll respect us. They'll respect us. So the consequences don't necessarily have to come through the court system. There would be social consequences. Like, for example, Shannon Sharpe had on who? Keke Palmer? Mm-hmm. He had Keke on his show. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, damn well, that interview goes way different if I'm doing it. Mm-hmm. I bet you his idiotic ass wishes he had asked some different questions now. Because I would have been asking some different questions. When they feel like the media got their backs, that's what happens. That right there. Cassie shouldn't be able to show her face anywhere, and she hasn't so far, because I'm like, yeah, let's ask some questions. Hey, by the way, wasn't you and Alex is such a great guy that he was living with you and your parents. It sounds like you needed the damn dough. Sounds like you needed some dollars. See, that's having a real conversation. If she goes in front of the media and those kind of questions are asked, that changes things, because it's like the females know what's going on. The women know what's going on, and just like, they're waiting for the men to stop playing stupid. As long as we as men remain easy targets and keep ourselves easy targets, we will continue to be easy damn targets. That's the part that's got to change.
I completely agree. And as women, we need to call out this toxic femininity. Everybody wants to go on and on about toxic masculinity. Nobody wants to talk about toxic femininity. These conversations need to be had. And it needs to be had amongst Black women, amongst our own community. It's not going to change. We have to start holding each other accountable. We have to have our own code. We would be outraged if this was a white woman doing this to him in the airport. We would be, ready to burn the town down. But because it's Sha-Carri, there's no Angela Rye. There's no Breakfast Club conversation. There's no Joy Reid conversation. Everybody is stone cold silent because it's a Black woman. But if it was a white woman like Courtney Clenny, I think that's her name, Courtney Cleaning, the OnlyFans model that killed her boyfriend. We would be ready to just, protest and some of everything else. So,
well, as first of all, as men, we need to be united on that kind of thing right there. I do my program for it, but the men need to make that a constant refrain. If nobody else is talking about it, we are. Mm-hmm. And yeah, among the females, that's going to be a very powerful thing. Well, as well, if you can get the women to do it, because the real thing is, like for most women, they see that as being against their interest. They've got a privileged position, and they want to maintain that.
Of course, I remember when Shiraza Ali, when she was on one of those talk shows talking about the problems within the Black community and Black women, the women were trying to, it was like they wanted to rush the stage and attack her for saying the truth. And personally, I know how hostile and aggressive Black women can get when you start calling out their behavior. They immediately get on the defensive and want to attack you. We quick to call each other bitches and hoes, but if somebody else do it, we want to fight. We don't we don't hold each other accountable. We enable our bad behavior. We make excuses for it. And as soon as someone tries to even say it with love and call it out, they don't want to hear it.
Well, unfortunately, that has become the female culture today. The female culture today has been to enable every degeneracy, every iniquity, every fallacy, every debauchery. It's been to enable that. And that goes back to what I was saying before. Well, yeah, but there's a positive side to that too. If you're a guy looking for easy sexual access, well, historically speaking, it's never been easier. The females have never had as horrid sexual behavior as they do right now at this point in history. It's never been this bad. This is an all-time worst. So to men who are looking to emulate the Jeffrey Epstein model or whatever, whether it's Jeffrey Epstein, R. Kelly, P. Diddy, Bill Cosby, you name it. If you're a fella looking to run through hoes, it's never been a better time in history to be able to do it, to run your numbers up. Never been a better time, an easier time to run your numbers up. But the flip side to that is it also starts giving them the idea that nothing that they do is wrong. So there's where you run into trouble with it. Once they feel like that's their they think their vaginas are an American Express card. So I can be as good or as bad or as terrible as I want to be. And so many men have placated it and pandered to it and condoned it that hell yeah, they're going crazy with it. And there's the whole thing about it right there. So as men, we have not been on code about it because you have too many males raised by single mother sluts or deadbeat bummy ass beta daddies that they just emulate what the females have said. And that's what I'm saying is really going to begin with us having a conversation that says, yeah, we're not going to tolerate that, because what good is it to be a man if you're not respected? And what you see on your screen, that is the greatest form of disrespect. So what good is it to be a man if we're openly admitting that we're in a society where men can be attacked and we're supposed to just sit there and touch our feng shui? No, that's adopting it. And please remember, on the plantations, we were told what we weren't supposed to do there either. Yeah, but we didn't get free till we started doing it. We didn't get free till that happened. I'll let you have the last word.
To the guys that are listening, you don't have to lie to these women. You don't have to lie to them. Trust me, you can be brutally honest. And if she wants you, she's going to agree. She's going to end up lying to herself anyway. So no matter what you do, you don't have to lie. Be very brutally honest. She's going to lie to herself.
If you don't meet the grade, you're going to have to lie. What? No, baby, you're saying that for the guys who meet the grade. If he doesn't meet the grade, you're going to have to lie. This truth ain't going to work for you. That's what I was saying. Truth only works for the guy that she wants. I didn't say is that every guy who walks up, you're the one here, but you're not really what she desires. Yeah, truth don't work for you.
Yeah, if she wants you, you don't have to lie to her.
Yeah, the qualifier there is if you're the one if you're the kind of guy she digging, okay, this will work for you. If you're not, you have to lie, nigga. Yeah, the truth is not an antidote for you. This isn't going to work for you. No, you didn't bring the right incentive package. So truth isn't going to help you at all. She's just going to be offended. That's all truth is going to offend her when you use it. Truth will help another dude. It's just going to offend her with you. So, no.
Yeah, you're right. And for the ladies that are listening, we got to do better with protecting our men. We can't expect them to protect us if we're not going to protect them. We got to do better.
Yeah, if you're Idris Elba, you can be honest. If you're Michael B. Jordan, you can be honest. If you Flavor Flav, what? You gotta lie. Okay, just you got to come up with a good story if you coming down like that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if you're the right fella, you can tell the truth. If you're not, you got to dig. If you look like Yuck Mouth, yeah, you got to. You're going to have to start spinning this fiction. Reality is not going to work for you. I'm honest and upstanding. Okay. You will be alone. All right, we got Tyler here on Zoom. Tyler, what's on your mind?
What's going on, Brother Jason? Good evening. This is disturbing. I'm a couple hours behind. I had some stuff to do with the fam today. So I was about an hour and a half, 2 hours in. And you kept this video on loop. It's on loop right now. And the first couple times I saw it, that instinct that you're talking about at the beginning of the program was absolutely in action. I didn't even recognize that I was a Manchurian candidate in that way. I'm watching it and I'm low key, like, even when he shoved her off a little bit, part of me instinctually was like, oh man, you could have just walked away. But you kept it on again and again and again. And as you're going through your explanation, it's like, dang. And then she did it again. And now I'm starting to focus on certain parts. This is scary because I'm raising my daughter up and there are certain limits to what I can do as a father, I feel, in terms of guiding her as a woman. There's certain fundamentals like discipline, hard work, not giving up. I can help her with that. But some of the more nuanced female things, I got to reach out to my network. And recently, this boy bought my daughter something that was like $20. And, my daughter's not older than 9, and it was from a gift shop at like a local museum. And, I don't really know how to feel about that, so I go to my female network and I'm just like, hey, because I know what they said if I try to do something like that. And then they said it was fine. It was okay. It doesn't mean anything. And they actually told me, do not have her give it back. So the female networks all around right now are failing the women of tomorrow because they're failing the girls of today. And the fact that these people are walking away, nobody's coming to this gentleman's aid at all. This gentleman is twisting. He's walking around. I'm sure people recognize that's Sha-Carri Richardson. Nobody came in to interrupt at all. If it was the other way around, he'd be lucky to get one push before somebody in the blue shirts come in and tackle him.
Here's my thing. I disregard the whole airport. I can disregard it altogether. I'm not going to say I will, but I can disregard it altogether. What I will not disregard is the media. Okay, now that they know, how are they handling this? And what I'm saying is, by the way, I could not help but notice from TMZ to every other outlet, nobody's giving her the Diddy treatment.
Nope. Now,
you all just told me that if you knock somebody down in a hallway or push them or put your hands on them in any way, ain't that right, Stephen A. Smith? Well, you're a damn monster. They've been continually using the word monster in reference to Sean Combs. And all I'm saying is, all right, now that you have firmly established that as the rule, then that must remain the rule now that that's the rule. And I just couldn't help but notice the same people who have been wielding that weapon like a saber for the last 2 years all of a sudden have gone deathly quiet. Now, she is an athlete. She's in the middle of her prime. She's very well known. And yet your sports folk ain't got a damn thing to say. So we're not giving this the wall-to-wall coverage now. But if some random third stringer in the NFL gets arrested or accused, forget arrested, just accused, all of a sudden here comes Stephen A. Smith, fresh off his coon on the cob. Damn! And he's going to be there to tell you about what can't be and shouldn't be and all this old mess here. But for Sha-Carri, by the way, I just couldn't help but notice the deafening silence. What happened to all of our sports people? Where the hell are they at? Where are they? On the so-called left or the so-called right, where the hell did they go? Because they've been quiet as hell for the last few days. And they're not saying anything. They are certainly not leveling the same level of vitriol and venom that has been leveled at Sean Combs and others for the last couple of years. Now that, I got a problem with. I got a big problem with it. When the national conversation is making it this blatant, yeah, I got a problem with it. Whatever energy you had for P. Diddy, I need to see that same energy now. You need to keep that energy right now. I need to see that. And I'm not hearing anyone demanding the pulling of her sponsorships, kick her off the Olympics team, take away whatever certifications she got. I don't hear anybody arguing or demanding the systematic dismantling of her sports career. Now that's what I'm missing. I don't want to hear a damn thing about, well, you know, the boyfriend was okay with that. Okay, you didn't get to say the girls were okay with nothing. If you're a guy, it doesn't matter. Oh, well, she's victim syndrome. Okay, well then Coleman there has got a big ass victim syndrome. So we need to keep that energy. It doesn't matter what he says. He's a victim and we just get to cut loose now. We get to take it from here. Right?
Jason, you mentioned, I'm not sure if it's about a year ago, Generation Concubine. And it's your messages, your broadcasts have been hitting a little different, I would say the last 5 or 6. You mentioned this Generation Concubine, and it was so big and ubiquitous, the issue that we're facing. I just really didn't want to believe it because, you hear about things in the South. You hear, okay, there's the Bible Belts. You hear about, Midwest, quiet, quaint life, but when you started exposing the passport bros and the situations they're dealing with, when Homeboy had to flee from Brazil because he was doing too much, it's really showing, along with what you've seen with Sha-Carri, I felt with Sha-Carri specifically because she used to be a lesbian. For me, once a lesbian, always a lesbian.
Yeah, there is no used to be a lesbian. There's no used to be. Take a look at her, the hair, the nails, the tattoos. Nobody was surprised to hear any of this. She wilding out there in the streets, and she found a little square dude who never really had a chick who sexually cuts out like that. This is his first time having a chick who really just sexually is out there like that. So he doesn't have to be coy or, really timid around her sexually, but he's seeing the other side of it. So no, there's no used to be gay. It is what it is, and she's showing you.
Absolutely, you're right. I wasn't surprised at all when I heard this story, and in fact, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. Because once you live, I'm not even talking about the physical act that's carried out. I'm talking more the mindset needed to carry that through, thinking that you can replace the function of a man. Anyone of the opposite gender thinking they can replace that function in that, okay, there's helping someone move a couch. There's helping someone fix a sink. But helping a female, go to the moon, that's pretty serious. You know what I'm saying? So it's I'm not surprised by this, but Jason, how many girls I'm 37, how many girls from my generation had that experience in college? Right, and are still harboring those. I mean, is it?
Wait a minute, no. Had that experience in college. What is that experience?
The girl on girl, experience.
I'm telling you right now, if your female has attended college, there is a 25% of them have had a same-sex experience.
25% reported it, Jason.
25%. That based on even not just beyond the statistics or surveys, based on my own personal experience. Yeah, that number I find that to be very reliable. that number is 25%. Although I would put that as a base. I put that as a ground number. If she's been involved in female sports, that number jumps to 50%. And Sha-Carri, for those of y'all, I talked about this before. For those of you who thought it was just, quote, the WNBA, I talked about this before. I did the whole program about this before. We've already touched on this with Shannon Sharpe and before. That 50% of your females there is just, if she's involved in female sports, yeah. Yeah, I want to say, we talked about this recently. That if she's involved in female sports, yeah, that number, you can't really be in female sports and anything like that. That number jumps to, and I'm talking about the college age. Once you get in the pros, yeah, I mean, please follow the trend line, people. So it must be accurate because that trend line just keeps going up. At no point does it fall off. It just keeps going up. So with that being the case, no, brother, it's if they're in college, first of all, if your daughter is in college, especially if they got dorms, nigga, that's the last time you saw a virgin come back today. It's just if it's not the dudes, it's going to be the girls. So she about to get lit up. It just is what it is if she goes off in that environment. Because it doesn't matter how much you put into them, everybody else around them is on something different. And that's just it. So college, okay, well, Jason, why is this happening now? Most of you are not putting the pieces together. So let me go ahead and put the pieces together for you. It didn't used to be like this. But then again, when you sent your daughters off to college, they were there to learn how to be professionals at something. That is not what your colleges and universities today do. They are first and foremost laboratories of feminist indoctrination. So their professors are all LGBT or LGBT adjacent. Most of your black females are going for degrees in what? Psychology and sociology or history. And then can't tell you a damn thing about history, but anyway. So you're actually sending them to places where that's what they do now. They don't do what you told yourself to do. That's what they're doing now. So when your daughters get up in there, it's an environment that is encouraging that and cultivating that. And as a matter of fact, telling them that the only mistake they're making is wanting the man. When they start talking about being with the man, the professor steps in and tells them they're wrong. That you are just responding to patriarchal dominance. Now, if they start expressing anything about females, they get encouraged to do that. You start expressing anything about males, that gets actively discouraged. So everybody's followed this about their schools, but they're not putting the dots together and connecting the dots about, by the way, yeah, the issue in the schools is not simply that there are girls there. You're looking at the other students. I'm like, no. This is people in positions of authority that these colleges are now gravitating around. The people in authority are pushing this agenda. The students are responding to the agenda being forwarded by the people in authority. And what do you know? When you talk about bell hooks or whoever else, you know, Alice Walker, whoever else, we can go down the list. All these so-called female academics that is either LGBT or, you know, white zaddy ass kissing or whatever the case may be. Yeah. You notice that's a very consistent train of thought. Well, that's what your those are the only people they hire at your universities now, and that's what they put there. And then your kids are in their hands. Next thing you know, you're gonna have what you usually have is there's one aggressive female, whether she was touched on as a kid or not. But usually there's one aggressive female in the group when you send your daughters to college. There's always going to be one or two aggressive ones. I mean, aggressive about testing your daughter's boundaries.
Yep.
And she might get turned down by 3 of them, but like I say, as long as if she gets 1 out of 4, there's your 25%. And so the colleges really respond a lot like prisons. Well, you know what goes down there. So no, 75% of them might tell her no. When she's looking for the 25, they'll say yes.
Man,
You catch them and she's low. She's been to a party. She's not getting along with her boyfriend. And here she comes up telling her the only problem is you didn't have a girl. Okay, but in that environment, I don't care what you've been teaching your kids, in that environment, that'll fly.
Yeah.
In that environment, that will fly. So if your daughter is alone and vulnerable, there's somebody who's going to try to sell her on that. And the professors ain't going to say anything to the contrary. And if you're not there, you don't know what's going on. And is she really looking to you for answers like that anymore? So I want you all to understand how that goes together.
No, absolutely, Jason, because that's essentially what I was trying to say this whole time. That's the summary, is that this is nerve-wracking a little bit, because in 2025, we're still here. Sha-Carri is like I said, you got it on the loop. I'm watching it right now. Like, Sha-Carri is doing the most. It's where's the female foundation? I remember it used to be the grandmas, and it's not there anymore. And who's going to take the mantle? Who's going to, like, I'm not seeing it happen yet. So it's a little discouraging. It's a lot of discouraging.
Brother, there are metrics that we are not keeping in regard here. There are metrics we're not recognizing. Take a look at Sha-Carri Richardson. Let me go ahead. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and throw this up on the screen because I want you all to see this. I want y'all to see this for yourselves. You take a look at Sha-Carri Richardson. There she is, tattoos on deck. You know the damn story, but remember so let me just go down a little rundown of things here. She's on a sports team, by the way, surrounded by a bunch of men here. So, of course, that shouldn't matter for much, I'm sure. Sha-Carri Richardson. She's been experimenting with sexuality. She got in trouble, last Olympics for doing weed, or Olympics before last, because she had because of her weed habit. So we got drugs. We got sexual promiscuity and degeneracy. You've got emotional volatility. There are elements that we as men tend to overlook or disregard. So while you're talking about all those other things, I want fellas to understand, I've given you all a few things here. I'm trying to compile a list that you all understand. When I talked about, pets, plants, and pills, I'm talking about drugs. And I don't just mean drugs. That's why I had to go back and add, the V's. Vegan, vapes, and videos. Because cats didn't make the connection with the pills thing. They're just thinking like, oh, prescription pills, she bipolar, she's on, medications for emotional disorders. I'm like, no, dude, we have an I'm saying all this because you said, where are the grandmas? Brother, your grandma wasn't toking no weed. Your grandmama couldn't tell you about the days back when she was smoking weed with the gals. She didn't have that. Today, half these broads out here today, they call us broads. I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
Half these broads out here today were our past or current weed heads. Today. So I want us to be clear about what you're really looking at. I've taught y'all that some guys have actually started getting smart and asking questions about, by the way, have you ever had an abortion? Have you ever been, I have to give it to you all in legalese. You can't ask a female if she had sex with another female. Because you see, then she's going to be like, okay, well, how can I rationalize this to myself to say that we didn't really have sex? So y'all see what I say. Have you ever been naked in a room with another woman? Oh, hell. Now, if she's going to lie, she's going to have to lie straight. If she's going to tell a lie here, you ain't no wiggle room here. Have you ever been in a room naked with another woman? Have you ever kissed another woman on the lips? Ask those two questions. Now that'll take care of everything you need to know in those two questions. If she's going to lie, she's going to have to lie all the way. I didn't say she won't lie. I'm telling you, if she does, she can't come back later and say, oh, you didn't ask that. Oh, well, we didn't have sex. I mean, I just kissed her. I mean, we didn't have sex. We were just in the room fooling around. Well, we were in college. No. Were you ever in a room naked with another female? If you gonna lie, you gonna have to say it straight. Have you ever kissed another female on the mouth? Those are the two you need to know. That lets you know everything going forward. But one of the things I see fellas have been deficient about is that weed thing. But let's just be honest, like my first call of the night. Well, if she's smoking weed, she'll be easier to get in bed. I mean, if she's down for weed, she's down for whatever. Well, yeah, you know that, but next thing I know, you trying to make a life with her. Okay, that gal that she was, quote, playing with, that's a real factor. And that weed that she's smoking, that's a real factor too. That's a real factor. And fellas disregard it when it's their turn. When it's his turn, now he starts disregarding things because he's really looking to clear all the obstacles to getting some sex. And yes, in the chat room, you're absolutely correct. Most females who frequent weed, they trade weed with sexual favors. What? No, hoes don't want to be honest about that because they don't want to admit to their hoe years. I shouldn't say hoe years. We're talking about whore years. If your chick got a weed habit, yes, females believe in holding their money back for something else. If a man has something that she wants, she does, especially if you're the weed dealer, she doesn't think that you have value. So she doesn't really think that she should have to pay you money. So she's like, man, let me keep my money in my damn pocket and let me see if we can trade some sex tricks here. Let me keep my money. Maybe I'll give you some sex. You ain't really worth no money. Or she's just like, well, hell, this is cheaper than using money for it. This is easier and cheaper than paying dollars for it. Why should I sit up here and pay dollars if we can barter this thing? So if your chick is on weed, just understand you're dealing with a female who's in a whole different world. Whole different world. And fellas are not asking those questions today primarily because it's inconvenient. Dudes better start asking. These are important things to know, and fellas need to start asking. And so when you end up with a Sha-Carri Richardson, sexual history, weed habit, girls in the closet, and then obviously she was always emotionally volatile. How did she respond when they upgraded about weed? I ain't gotta do nothing, y'all. I need to be relaxing. Okay, hood rat on deck. This is not a chick you can't really make a relationship with nothing like that. Dude, I don't know what he's doing walking through the airport with her, but brother, y'all two are not even the same personalities. She is not some easygoing, laid back, balanced chick. She is a down and dirty gutter hood rat. Accept that for what it is. So on his part, I gotta lay some blame at his feet because, dude, you can see what the hell she is. It's not like she's hidden. You can see it. There he is. I'm like, okay, bro, we know what's going on. The sex is quadruple X-rated dynamite. I get that. But you put yourself in the position where she's got access to show out like that, and that's not good. So his mistake is that he didn't put her in her closet, in her pocket where she belongs and leave her there. He hasn't learned how to do that yet. And as a result, she's been a disciplinary problem and now a security risk.
Jason, the poster person for this, and I love the expose that you did on her, is Shaq's ex-wife. Shaq, I mean, you can't ask for more money. You can't ask for a more productive individual. Now, whatever faults, Shaq likes to be a sheriff sometimes. I don't really get that. But outside of that, the man is productive. He's been making moves with Papa John's and all types of companies, all types of businesses. So in terms of business acumen, the man is fantastic, astounding, right? No pause. But when his wife, because I had heard through the streets, because I stay in Los Angeles, and I got some peoples that are above ground, and some people underground, and I heard stories about Shaq's wife hooking up with some banger over on the west, on the south and the east side. I'm like, that's crazy. Ain't no way. And then the story finally hit mainstream, and I was flabbergasted. I was like, how? What else would you want? What did you want that Shaq couldn't buy? Shaq couldn't get. He can get you into any restaurant, any arena, any event, any country, any club in any country, anywhere you want to go. You want to go by helicopter, you want to go by boat, you want to go by plane, you can go anywhere. When she turned her back, her and Tia Mari, it's either Tia or Tamara, but her and Tia Mari, those are the two poster childs. Women don't stand a chance right now. You're harming your daughters. Your daughters, whoever turning 18, 19, 20 right now, you're probably looking for someone maybe 3-4 years older. We are, well, I'm not anymore, but men are devastated. We are watching men who are way more productive than us still getting shit on. So what are we supposed to expect? Where's the game theory at? What's the incentive to get us to provide you with a life? Why would we ever come and ask you to be our one and only? I want fellas to watch this video with their lady and see what they say. What is your lady gonna say to this situation? Is it, oh, she was, well, you're a man, you should just, that whole ideology, Jason, is kind of sickening. So I appreciate you. And
well,
what you do, Jason.
I got an issue with what you said there, though, because Shaquille O'Neal, I mean, that's the Michael Jordan syndrome. He might have been a very good basketball player. Yeah, but see, your woman's not married to your money. She's married to you. She's not married to your business acumen. She's married to you. Shaquille O'Neal has the personality of a telephone pole. Damn! I mean, let's just be very, very clear. He can talk shop about basketball, but he's not even the most dynamic person for doing that. What I'm saying is Shaquille O'Neal is not really somebody that you would want to hang out with for a weekend. He really isn't. Neither is Charles Barkley. Dennis Rodman, maybe. But Shaquille O'Neal isn't really somebody that if he wasn't in the NBA, you'd still want to hang out with him on the weekend. He'd still be one of the dudes. That's just not who he is. He doesn't have that kind of personality like that. So with that being the case, yeah, I mean, after being married for him, if you marry him, you will have a successful basketball player who also runs through all the hoes on the side like all the rest of them dudes do. He's not somebody that you can just present based on his personality alone. You never heard, like I say, for example, I've seen Kobe Bryant giving speeches. I've seen videos online of Kobe Bryant giving speeches and stuff like that. He can do that. Shaquille O'Neal can't. Shaquille O'Neal does not have any gems of wisdom that anybody wants to hear. Denzel Washington, that can happen. Michael B. Jordan, that can happen. Michael Jordan, that can happen. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, that can happen. Shaq, ain't nobody trying to hear no wisdom from him. They're not. So what I'm saying is just from a straight personality standpoint, he doesn't have a lot to work with. So that's what she was married to, and that's what was cheating on her, or at least had other options. So what I'm saying is there's only a certain amount of hold you can have when there's not a lot of personality there. Scottie Pippen, same thing. That's why Michael Jordan's son, Marcus, has learned this the hard way. He can't hold on to a broad for nothing. There's not a lot of personality there. Now, Deion Sanders, that's a dude you would want to hang out with on the weekend. He's top of the food chain. Who doesn't want to hang out with prime time? I mean, from the ages of 8 to 80, everybody wants to hang out with him. So do you see after the damn, what's that, when after the game and whatnot, his sons were out there and stuff, and then they go bring their raggedy ass mama? She drugged that man through divorce court like that, as nasty as she was, and Deion was like, yeah, let me show you this sidestep. In front of the whole damn world, yes, you getting clowned right here. My sons are going to have to realize, yeah, this is not the move. No, it is not. She's on the outs. She going to stay there. You try something like that, you going to stay exactly where you at. So what I'm saying is Deion has never hurted for people just wanting to be around him. His personality is still infectious and contagious to this day. You can't compare him to Shaquille. You can't. So I understand about that stuff, but Shaquille O'Neal's just a professional alpha. Okay, he's a guy who got into the NBA and he didn't screw off all of his money. That's great. And if you get with Shaquille O'Neal, you got Shaquille O'Neal. That's what you got. You don't have anybody other females not going to be like, oh, damn, girl, how'd you XYZ? They're just going to like pat them pockets down. That's all it's going to be. So
what about Tia? Like, is that even, because I've seen some of his new acting gigs, her ex-husband. He seems like he's in his masculine in the proper way. What excuse is it? You think it's the same personality thing? It's the funny, because what I'm saying is that there's women who are in situations that other women would cut off both their feet just to have that for a day. And these women are voluntarily, consciously walking away, not under any
okay, well,
influence,
look,
drugs.
I know chicks in show business. Y'all know me. So I know females who are in show business. And I know females who, in Hollywood, in the music industry. And one of the toughest ones to deal with are the ones who were quote unquote child stars. So if you get a Keke Palmer or somebody like that, you need to understand what you really got. You got a chick who has had folk blowing smoke up whatever you want to name since she was a kid. So she's had people pandering to her since she was a child. Quintessential princess syndrome. Entitlement out of this world. You can't tell them nothing. Now, when you have Tia and Tamara, brother, that ship is sailed and sunk. Because not only are they entitled, but they're entitled mixed chicks. Man, there ain't nothing. They got in their own minds where they're supposed to be in life and what they're supposed to have. And you cannot move that vision, period. Ain't nothing you can do to influence that, change it, budget 1 millimeter. Nothing you can do. Even with overwhelming, incontrovertible evidence to the contrary. There's nothing you can do to change their worldview or their self-image. Nothing. If anything goes wrong with them, their default answer is the problem is you. Because by definition, it could never be me. I'm perfect. You've never heard them acknowledge any personal flaws, any errors, any mistakes. Nothing. That's why when I did my program here about her a few weeks ago, remember? When I said she will hurt you, you go take a look at that thing.
Yeah.
I meant when I said I showed you what she said. She sat there on Instagram with a whole damn screen about how perfect she is. Well, she means that. As far as she is concerned, the problem is Corey Hardrick. He's not white enough and he's not rich enough. As far as she's concerned, that's where the hell she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be with a guy who's got more money and more status than her. That's where she's supposed to be. And what she does not understand is, baby, you are just a really awkward, corny ass mixed light-skinned chick. You are a very corny, high yellow broad with a really corny, cringe sense of humor and stuff like that. You need somebody who built for that is what you need. And she doesn't want to hear that. She doesn't want to accept that that's what that is, which means, oh, you're going to be a very niche product. Now you're in your 40s. Ain't nobody hurting themselves to take that off the rack, baby. Now you're in your 40s with kids because you've overpriced your value. No, you get the little cornball, dude. And Corey's not corny enough for her. But as I said before, the real issue is he's not rich enough or quote unquote successful enough. Okay. Tina Knowles. I can go down the list. Tina Knowles, Keke Palmer. You see the parallels? I just named Keke. They had it in their minds that they're supposed to be with some magnate or some tycoon so that when they show up at their Hollywood parties, they can talk about this man bought them a Rolls Royce and a house in the Hamptons. So they can trade those stories with the white female stars that they delusionally fantasize that they're on the level with. And they're not. And they never will be. But that's what they want. They want to be able to show up for their Hollywood parties and the Met Gala and be able to trade those stories with the white debutantes and the white starlets. They waited their whole lives to do that, and it never happened.
Okay, so Jason, are you saying that dimes are cursed because they automatically, 8s and above automatically get princess treatment? Are you saying that 8s and above are cursed?
Well, I don't know if I consider it to be cursed, but I will say that it's a difficult situation for them because they have delusions. They have entitlement. I mean, when you're pretty, you get treated like that your whole life, especially if you were a cute kid. So people are going to treat you differently. They're going to treat you more genteelly. They're going to treat you more fragilely. You know, all you had to do was just show up. You know, if you got teachers in class and whatnot. So people respond to you differently if you're visually appealing. You're a cute kid. You're a cute adolescent. You're a cute teenager. You're a pretty adult. No one has ever told you the truth about yourself because there's always been something that they can get simply from having you around. Ugly chicks get told the truth. Sometimes. Pretty chicks never get told the truth about anything until either they tell you that they're not sexually available and they mean it, or until their looks fade. Now the world all of a sudden, like a dump truck, drops the truth on them. Well, remember, they're not going to accept that then either, because you've given them decades of reinforcing this lie. So when you do start dropping the truth on them, even if it's a daily barrage, they're first going to say they're all just haters. I've dealt with that my whole life too. They just hate me because I'm pretty. Heifer, you 60. So it's going to take time before she actually accepts that it's not that they're haters. They just lied to you your whole life, and truth be told, you liked it because it gave you what you wanted. This was the easy button. So it gave you what you wanted. They hold the doors. They let you break in line. They don't argue with you about receipts at Walmart. And especially if it's men, oh, they open up everything. And you liked that. It gave you a tremendous competitive advantage. You knew what it was, but you're making your bargain with the devil. Eventually, this button will not work one day. Are you prepared for the day that it won't work? What have you been doing to prepare for that day? Well, I want this guy over here. That's very nice to hear. Brother, I know, and y'all know, years ago when I had Simba on, me and her were chopping up about that. There's an endless list of females on Instagram. Pretty is so damn common, especially today with surgery. There's doctors who'll give you a pretty face. Okay, so the men that they all are dogpiling on, those guys are swimming in pretty women. Fellas in the top 5% are swimming in them. Well, you've got 40% of the female population that's mobbing the top 5%. So there's just not enough of you. Even if he's not exclusive, there's not enough of them. So pretty chicks end up in a conundrum, both created by society and self-inflicted. Women want to get preferential treatment. They want to get deferential treatment. Pretty chicks can actually get both consistently. Can you get her to be honest that this is only because of the way you look, not because of your value as a person? And one day you will not have this to trade with anymore. Only your value as a person. Are you developing that? Or do you think that you're just going to get older and prettier? Ain't that right, Tracy Ellis Ross? And we can go down the list. No shade. None whatsoever. I don't mean to dishonor nothing. Pamela Anderson is running around with Liam Neeson right now.
Last train.
Pamela Anderson is what, 58? And Liam's like 73? This where we at? This where we at? And if he's smart, he ain't even thinking about marrying nothing like that. So I'm just saying I think this is just helping the marketing for their new film. But yeah, we've come a long way from, Tommy and what's his name? Brett Michaels. Tommy Lee and Brett Michaels. We've come a long way from that. Hollywood producers. What's his name? Peters. We've come a long way from that, brother. We've come a long way. There was a time in this world where she could have gotten anything she wanted. We saw what she chose.
Yep.
She wanted Tommy Lee and Brett Michaels, and she was busting it open on video. That's what, when she could have made any choice she wanted, that's what she chose consistently for years. Now she's got Liam Neeson, and, you know, it's just, it is what it is, but it's a typical story. I didn't play this for you all earlier, but somebody sent me a video. It was a chick from the Players Club. I forget what the name was. She's Auntie's Gone Wild. She was asked about one thing, and then she wants to get up and twerk. I'm like, baby, what are you, 50-something by now? That was cool during the Players Club movie, baby. Auntie, sit your ass down.
Auntie, chill.
This is where we at.
Lisa Ray's on the list, Jason. I'm sorry, she's on the nostalgia list. I can't.
Well, it wasn't Lisa Ray. It was another one. Yeah, it wasn't Lisa Ray. It wasn't. No, it wasn't Lisa Ray. It was another one.
Okay.
It was another one.
She's on the list, Jason. She's on the list. I got to fight for Lisa, Jason. I know what the looks say. I know what the math says.
Man, if y'all niggas don't let Lisa Ray go.
Sorry, man.
If y'all don't let Lisa Ray's ass go. Man, look here. That's grandma's gone wild for real. I need niggas to let nostalgia go. I know y'all are defending your little childhoods, but man, if y'all don't leave that mess alone, Lisa Ray, come on, y'all. What do we do? What are we doing?
She'll always be a diamond, Jason.
Man, look here. That is nostalgia from your teenage years. That's what that is. It's that right there. You know what it isn't? It isn't relevant to reality. That's the issue. It isn't that. We don't do understand something. As men, we don't really do ourselves a bunch of favors. And I mean this seriously. We don't do ourselves a bunch of favors by having such flexible standards. Because our standards become like damn me rubber bands. They become so damn flexible that no female ends up getting disqualified. They get to just keep trading on it. And it gets progressively worse, but it's like a radioactive product that has a half-life. We don't ever declare the damn thing dead. We just keep letting them have a half-life. And as men, that females don't give us a half-life. Man, you either got it or you don't. And if you don't, it's boots to asses. From the time they're little children, they are brutal when they disqualify men. They don't give us a bunch of flexibility. It's either you got the goods or you get publicly humiliated.
Man, Jason, I got a neighbor. Him and his wife having some issues. He used to do HVAC. But
how do you know that him and his wife have issues?
Oh, let me explain. So we live in an apartment complex. We got some neighbors, and I know that they're married and everything. You know, she's got kids from previous relationships and everything, and I think they have one kid together. And he used to do HVAC, so he was pulling in some decent change, probably but he has a condition that got triggered, like an immune condition. And so he's having issues like walking and moving around. So his mobility went to shit, essentially. Man, Jason, I like to go on walks sometimes in the evening, sometimes in the daytime if I have the availability. How come his wife is around the corner beating up with some dude trying to hop out his car like, lady, yes, I saw you get in his car. Yes, I did. But that happened after the HVAC. So it's like within a year or so of the situation happening and him not being able to provide at that level and needing like help and not being able to be that masculine. Jason, she out here and she's saying to him, I think we should take a break. And he's getting ready to move into an RV. She's not going to stay in he took care of her. She's not going to take care of him.
I got questions. I've got questions. I mean, first of all, do they have any kids?
One, she's got some from different.
Okay. Talking too much. Do they have kids?
Yes.
Okay. Are they all his children, or are they a mix of his and some kids, some bastards she brought with her?
It's his and some bastards.
Okay. So he got with a single mom.
Yes. Yes.
And he found out that single mom was still a single mom and fat meat is still greasy.
She bounced on him. She was.
Brother, no. I've spent a whole lot of time tonight here correcting incorrect statements. She did not bounce on him, nigga. She was never there to begin with.
And deal with it, nigga.
She was never there to begin with. Someone who is an opportunist, they weren't there to begin with. You're a pit stop. And fellas don't want to acknowledge when they went for the low damn hanging fruit. And he figures he's going to steal one. And I will disregard all of this detritus. Look it up. I will disregard all of this debris. And I'm willing to take a downgrade as long as the sex is easy to compile by. And let me go ahead and I'm above her pay grade. Okay, dude, if you're above her pay grade, you stay there. And that is not what he did. He thought he was gonna steal one. Fellas are always looking for, quote unquote, the path of least resistance. And what they really wind up doing is compromising. And now he made a lifelong commitment to a female who was never, she was about, hey, here's the thing. I want you to take this, Tyler, everybody else here listening now, I need you to take this to the grave. As men, take this to the grave. The internet age is set up here and lied and bamboozled a bunch of you because you had jackasses on the internet telling you about treating, quote, marriage like a business. Stop saying that stupid mess. I don't give a damn who the high value guru was you heard tell you that garbage. Stop that idiocy. Because women do not mean the word business the way that men do. I've been telling you this now for years. Men will die over business. The mafia, the drug game, the dope game, the gun running game, the porn game, politics. Hell, even corporate America. Men will kill or die over business. Women ain't doing that. They won't do it. She might chip a nail, but she is not getting up this morning talking about I'm going to kill or die for this dollar. And I mean it. That's not what she's saying. Women do not kill or die over business. Men routinely do. Routinely. That happens every damn day. So when a woman tells you that her sexual relationship with you is business, she don't mean her romantic relationship with you is business, bruh. She means one-way transaction. She's here to get things deposited in this grocery basket. She's not talking about what she's here to give. She's talking about what she's here to get. So she wants you to make it transactional. She does not mean, and here's what will be required of me. That's only for the man that she adores. But the man that she adores does not have to negotiate a business deal. Did you hear me, one?
Yeah.
The man that they adore, as I said, he ain't getting held to none of that. He doesn't get told, you got to buy me a house and retirement package and pay for the get. The nigga that she really wants doesn't have to do that. That's why when I was talking to Dan earlier, y'all, that's what I mentioned. Yeah, the fellas they really want, he ain't have to do none of that. He can plug in with a bunch of kids or whatever, and she's sitting her ass right there. He doesn't have to do any of that. Well, yes, because she genuinely adores him. You're the guy who's going to patch up the holes that were left from her screwed up, stupid behavior with the guy she really wanted to be with. And since you can, that's the only thing she's with you for. And now that you can no longer deliver it, unfortunately for you, you have outlived your usefulness. And if you cannot deliver that, well, there really isn't a bunch of value for me to be with you just for quote unquote you. Now he's finding that out.
Yeah.
Fellas need to be honest with they damn selves. I didn't say you can't fool with the single mama. If you're going to do that, nigga, keep it G. You see what she is. That is her market value. If you are so desperate and so lonely that you decide you're going to compromise that and ignore the obvious, you will reap the consequences. And your man is finding it out right now. That slutty ass single mom that he took up with from day one is still the slutty ass broad that he met on day one. Now he's just the stepdaddy sucker. And I'm saying that as nasty as I can because niggas keep walking off into that. So desperate for some sex instead of just saying, yeah, you know what? I can do better. I bet you he wishes he had tried to do better now. Even if he doesn't like the words I'm saying, I bet you he wishes he had tried to do better now.
Yeah. Jason, he got I seen him the other day, like a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna say this a little quiet. I seen him a couple weeks ago. She had laid the fist, the hand of God on him. He had a little slash under his eye. He was bleeding. He was crying. Like it goes down in the DMs. It gets nasty in reality. So it wasn't just that she's bouncing. There's some other stuff. I'll protect some of their privacy, but there's just all types of disrespect that I would not want.
No, that does not crop up on day one. Heinous disrespect does not crop up on day one. There's just the day that the straw broke the camel's back and now he's crying to everybody about it. The disrespect was when she walked up to you with another man's kids.
And deal with it, nigga.
That was the disrespect, brother. When she walked up to you presenting another man's children, expecting you to take care of them? And by the way, how are the stepkids treating him now?
Jason, you know that man is getting shitted on every day.
The stepkids giving their mama hell and talking about you shouldn't be treating Daryl over here like that? Stepdaddy Daryl?
They got the moms back 100%. The previous kids and the current.
So it's a total loss. Idiots and fools keep doing that. They keep walking off into it because sex for them is so infrequent. And they don't have the ability to really have it on command. So when an opening does open up, he puts all his chips on it. Especially because, and by the way, those kind of chicks right there, they treat him real nice in the beginning. Yeah, because she needs something. So when she first meets you, it's, hey, daddy, hey, boo. And everything is all nice and feminine and I cook for you and clean for you and everything's straight. As soon as this nigga gets his name on the dotted line, she's like, okay, countdown begins, 5 years. All right, the state got my back. Oh, this nigga can't produce? I don't have to do anything now. Oh, nigga, I got rights, so I don't have to do anything. And now that you're helpless, oh, hell, I get to show you what the hell I really think of you. Now that I don't have to pretend to be nice anymore because ain't going to be no reward for lying to you anymore. I don't have to lie anymore because there's no more reward. Now, here's what I really think of you. And yes, she's making it extra nasty because she's been sitting on this for so long. Far as she's concerned, nigga, I didn't want to be dealing with you in the first damn place. Now you done messed up my plans. She's blaming him. She's like, nigga, I had a plan and you done messed it up, getting all sick. And that's really what it is. So fellas who think they're going to steal one and get some low-hanging fruit and I'm going to do it behind the other men's backs and ride off into the sunset. Yeah, y'all niggas there because they say one thing in your face and then as soon as certain draws come diddy bop and by, he shows you what the hell is really going on. By the way, is she black or white?
Hispanic.
White Latino?
They're both Hispanic. Yeah, they're both Hispanic. He's more white Hispanic.
Okay, what about her?
She's Hispanic, but a little more tan.
Okay, well, like I say, fellas, it's universal. Watch out for it. You think you're going to get the low-hanging fruit? It doesn't work, man. Fellas think if they go save a single mom, she's going to be grateful. They figure her situation, your situation is messed up and compromised. So if I give you this bailout, this is business. But he starts thinking that it's not transactional, and he thinks that ultimately he's buying her respect. That's a simp. A simp is a man who thinks he can purchase respect, and then ultimately realizes that he thinks he's going to have her, that she is going to have gratitude to him, that she'll be grateful. After all, he could have done better. Dude, she don't believe that because she's like, nigga, if you could have done better than me, you would have been better. You'd have been whipped better if you could have done better than me, but you can't. That's why you're here. So men don't get credit for what we could do. We get credit for what we do.
Jason, damn. Because it's the single mom, Jason, you saying that when you go and you pick a single mom, and I we already went through this with some situations, Jason. You saying so the single mom, Jason, is I don't have anything to say. I don't have nothing to say. I can't.
On Game of Thrones, they always said that the reason why they penalized bastards is because bastards were mythologized as being untrustworthy. By definition, if you are a child of lust and you're not legitimate, then by definition, you are untrustworthy. The reality is that it's the society that is not trustworthy because the society would try to use bastards if it was convenient for them to delegitimize somebody else. Because you can make a claim, but the bottom line is that's the way the society sees that. Well, when you're dealing with single mothers, you have to be honest with yourself about that. She didn't become a single mom by accident. She became a single mom because there's a character flaw. Now, your job as a man is just not to delude yourself about the existence of that character flaw. She's, of course, going to tell you it's not there, it's not real. Your job is not to be stupid or to be so desperate that you respond stupidly. She has a character flaw. Recognize it for what it is. If she's selling on the day that you're buying, there's no harm, there's no crime in that. The crime is when you start letting her put you between them legs long enough that you start lying to yourself. That you know that this is not real and you know that she is not wife material. She demonstrated that before you got with her. You desperate males start inventing the fantasy of reformed hoes.
Nigga, what?
Desperate males create this fabricated fiction called the reformed hoe. And there's no such thing as a reformed hoe. There's no such thing as a hoe phase. There's just hoes and then there's not. But that's all it is. If you get with a single mom, her track record speaks for itself of where she ranks at. The problem that we have is fellas like the dude you talking about who crossed the damn picket line and figure they doing something slick. Because he's just tired of being alone. He doesn't have much going for himself or he doesn't have much character. So he's looking for the path of least resistance. That's what he's doing. He wants the path of least resistance. And all you're going to find on the path of least resistance is trouble. A bunch of false flags that are pretending to be easy rides. And then once they get their hooks in you, because she doesn't qualify for a multimillionaire, once she gets her hooks in you, she's going to take whatever she can get. Which, by the way, is what she's been doing. And now you have just become the latest in a long list. You thought marrying her changed her illegitimate ways? Okay, the other kids were illegitimate, but mine are legitimate. You think that changes her? Marriage is nothing but an extended date to a single mom. And the only reason they stick around is if there's nothing better, but she's already shown where her values are. If marriage and intact home is what she valued intrinsically at her core, then how in the hell did she end up with these kids by fellows who didn't do that? I was young and stupid. Ho, please.
Ho, please.
So your man's finding out the hard damn way. It's a bunch of dudes who find out the hard damn way. He was probably sitting up there mythologizing it and virtue signaling and talking about how other men were no good. And I was the guy who stepped up. That's what stepdaddy means. Step means we step up. How's he feel about it now? All you got to do is check around and see how the hell they feel about it now. All these we've had decades of court TV shows and niggas with bad paternity results and whatnot. And you got, like I said, the desperate are going to keep walking off in that meat grinder. No matter how obviously disastrous the results are, they keep walking off into it.
Jason, what's the logic behind putting sex over submission? As a man, I don't understand why, as a woman, if I grew up, because as boys, we know we grow up to go to war to die. All right, by fourth grade, you figure out, okay, there's something called a draft, and you might have to go give your life. Yeah, that might actually happen. Why would a woman put sexual access ahead of submission?
Why would a woman put that ahead of it, or why would a man put it ahead of it?
Well, because like as a woman, why would you? The men that they're choosing, right? The poor baby, the bad men that these women are choosing, they're giving them sexual access, right? But then when they meet the guy that they know has more of the qualities that are going to provide more stability, whatever else.
Because the missing element is attraction.
Okay.
You can't fight with that. If you will all cast your eyes on your screens, you can't fight with, if they're genuinely attractive, you can't fight with that. That's biological. It's biological. You don't have any control of that. A chick, this is biology we're talking about. A chick is built bad, got a bad build to her, and by that I mean she's bad, not she's badly built. She's very attractively built. She's curvaceous. Brother, that's biology. That doesn't require any conscious thought on your behalf. This is reflexive. It's involuntary. It's like breathing. That doesn't require conscious thought. That's how attraction works. Females have things that they're attracted to too. And if this is a guy that she is attracted to simply on the aesthetics, that doesn't require thought, negotiation, conscious thought, deliberation. This is involuntary. So that's what I mean about passion. It didn't require discussion. So that was the guy she was attracted to. Everything was nonverbal, which is why she thinks it's soulmates. It's biology, but she calls it soulmate. For you, that attraction spark never happened. That's what they call it, the spark. Happens real quick, and then after that, everything's on fire. That never happened with you. Yeah, you're a nice guy with a nice personality, but the attraction thing didn't kick off for you. It kicked off for those guys over there. So you see, he has presented her with something of value from the beginning. I'm attracted to him. He has something of value. I was not readily attracted to you, so you're going to have to show me what you have of value. And then we'll see if we can work anything out from there. So you see, you're working and fighting for it. The other guy gets it off the rip because, for whatever reason, she is attracted to him. So he's got a head start. So she has no problem with the rest of those things because he's brought something of value. You can have sex with her too if that guy is not available. That's the way that works. So if he's not available, well, she may break down and give you something, but you're going to have to present something of value. You don't get to be there just on personality. And that ain't going to work for you. So that's the way that goes.
So for women, there's no submission without. So there's a difference between submitting for attraction and submitting for respect. Is that what you're saying?
Men get the respect they demand. The problem is that most men don't. Males today have become very simple-minded. And as long as they get sexual access, they're like, okay, we'll call that respect. And it's only once they realize that, you don't get to barter for respect. Respect isn't something you barter for. It's only when things go bad that all of a sudden they want to stop doing that. But let's just be honest. Most males are just looking for an easy win in the path of least resistance. And their goal is sexual access because the majority of males don't get any. So when they actually have an opportunity, they throw all their chips on the table. Most males are sexual scavengers. They're sexually starving. They've never had a wealth of sexual access, and certainly not something that they would actually desire to be in bed with. They just end up getting a strong foe and, creep along. But not something that they would actually be like, boy, I can't wait to get this naked. That's not really, they're not like a little kid unwrapping a present. That's not really what they get. They just wind up getting whatever will take them.
Yeah.
And those are sexual scavengers, and most males are in that position. So when they start encountering ones who don't have to do that, it becomes different. But the average male, most males don't have that ability. They don't. So they spend most of their time figuring out where their next sex is going to come from. And it's probably going to be an ugly win. It won't be an easy win. It'll probably be an ugly one. And they'll try to make the best of it.
The last thing, Jason, I know I've been going for a minute. Just let me know always. So are you saying, because I just want to get clarity, a woman cannot submit to a man that she is not attracted to, and then if she's not attracted to you, she can't respect you? Is that
No, a woman can submit to a man who she is not readily attracted to, but he's going to have to be strong and firm in his foundation and strong and firm in his manhood. So the fellow who can get by on looks or personality alone, that raw animal magnetism, if you don't have that, you're going to have to replace that with command, resourcefulness, intelligence, insightfulness. You're going to have to trade with something. You're going to have to reinforce with something else. So if you don't have those ready attraction cues, you're not necessarily dead in the water. First of all, you need to be aware if you don't have them. Accentuate your positives as much as you can. But yes, a woman can submit to that, but you're going to have to be aware of what you have and what you don't. A woman cannot submit to your pocketbook. And there's where simps get it wrong. They figure, well, if I don't have the looks department or the raw attraction department, well, don't worry, I pay plenty of bills. Well, okay, all you are is a paycheck. And a woman cannot submit to that. She submits to a man, not necessarily the best looking man either. But if she's not really attracted, you're going to have to make sure you have those other things together first. But the idea that what makes up for lack of attraction is money, or I'm ready to pay your bills. Well, okay, you're a jackpot, but you're not a man. And she can't submit to that. She can go get a job and get her own money. So your money is not what a woman submits to. It isn't. Money, financial resourcefulness is a part of a recipe of ingredients. It is not the recipe unto itself. That's where you'll make a mistake at. So yes, a woman can, and they readily do, submit to men that they are not initially or readily attracted to. So yes, it can happen, and it does every day. But it doesn't happen for most men. Most men are in relationships of convenience and either don't realize it or don't want to accept it. There's the problem. And you need to look for the telltale signs that that's where you are. Jason, what are the telltale signs? Case in point, ask her how long was her last relationship. She tells you 7 or 8 years. Remember what I told you all before. The last dude got 7 or 8 years. She's telling you got 7 months. Isn't that interesting? So let me get this straight. The last nigga got to grip them butt cheeks for almost a decade, but you telling me I got until November. Really? Well, isn't that interesting? Well, that fella must have been a hell of a guy. Either that or you think a whole lot less of me. So I'm being taxed. So he got 7 years, I got 7 months. And you're asking way more of me than you ever asked of him. Well, I'm older now and I'm more mature, you're certainly older. Recognize when you're getting played. So those are telltale signs that most men will ignore. She comes to you as a single mom. Your principles are supposed to be like, oh, well, I'm so sorry she struck out on that one. We probably could have had something kicking a little bit, I guess. And the other thing is when you're dealing with a female who doesn't have loyalty. Well, Jason, how do I define loyalty? What she sacrifices for? I guarantee your man, that heifer didn't sacrifice nothing for him. Women sacrifice for men that they're genuinely attracted to or that they genuinely respect. If she submits to this man, she sacrifices for him. Your man, she wasn't sacrificing nothing. Nothing. Most males won't even insist on that. I ain't gonna do that. They want to make things as easy for the chick as they possibly can. There was a video that was on Instagram that I saw where the guy was complaining to the woman there and about how she was acting and being entitled and stuff. And she said, I want princess treatment. If you didn't like that, then you shouldn't have been treating me like a princess. Yeah, fellas get out here and make their woman's life as outrageously easy as it can possibly be. She doesn't have to work. She doesn't have to live. Everything is easy and simple. And you think that she's there for you? What did she sacrifice for you, bro? What was the hardship she went through? The other 50 niggas that ran through her? Nigga, please. That was the hardship? What hardship did she go through with you? What sacrifices did she do with you, for you? What did she give up for you? And if your answer is nothing because she shouldn't have to give up nothing, then just understand that is the level of loyalty that she has to you. And do not be surprised that if the benefits dry up or if she just gets bored one day. And it's just like, oh, well, the state says I have rights, so okay, I don't have to pretend about this anymore. And then she now has the option of going to pursue passion. Then don't be surprised when that happens. And I see fellas do that every day. Every day. Now, in the case of Sha-Carri, obviously there was whatever's going on with her and dude. She's willing to fight over it. That part I don't have a problem with. It's the public thing I have a problem with. Now, that I have a problem with. If she has an issue, she needs to handle that behind closed doors with him. In the middle of damn meat public at the airport, no, that's what the issue is. I don't know what's igniting that. I don't know if it's genuine passion or not. What I do know is you're out of control. And you're problematic. And this is not respectful. She can be outraged and still respectful. This ain't it. So fellas ignore those things all the time. They ignore signs that no, she hasn't submitted. They ignore those things because they got sexual access. We need to talk to males to get them to a point of recognizing, this is a cultural character flaw. You're really doing that because you're prioritizing ease of sexual access. Sexual access has its place in this world. It should never be at the expense of respect for you. Yeah. Never. Respect is the number one thing that a man must have from other people, but particularly the female he's with. You have to stand in front of bullets for her. You have to stand in front of bullets for her. Oh, respect and submission is mandatory. If I'm expected to stand in front of bullets for you, that cannot be optional. That's mandatory. And we've had too many fellows who have communicated to female society very, very clearly that it isn't. As long as she throw him some dish rag sex once every 6 months, he'll slog his way through it. And that's the message that we send. The men that they actually desire, by the way, don't ever do that.
No, they don't.
The first time she act like sex ain't on the menu or the first time she gets a problem, he just switches over to the next option. And oh yeah, one more thing, she respects him for that. I have a very firm belief. I don't think that a single mom respects a man who takes up with them. I don't believe that a single mom can respect a man who commits to her because she knows what her value really is. It's kind of like an obese chick. She can't respect a man who takes up with her because a fellow with real options wouldn't be with her. And I think it's the same thing with the single moms. I think that they know what their value is, and she can't really respect you because she knows what her value is. And if she's the best you can do, she knows she can't respect you. A fellow who's got universal options, what is he doing here? If you got global options, she sees her handicaps. She sees her liabilities. You're choosing chicks who got liabilities? What's wrong with you? But then again, she can look at him and see what's wrong with him. So she actually respects the men who, she's like, oh yeah, he's got better options. His actions show that. He never wanted to make a commitment to me because he's like, I know I can do better. So when I gave him the ultimatum talk, he didn't try to figure out how to get his ass to Zales. That's the difference. And your man did. The fellas that she desired, they were not trying to figure out how to get to Lee's or Zales or whatever. And your man did. And like all the others, what he found out is, dude, ain't no easy wins. You get a chick who's on point and straight and will sacrifice for you, or you get a chick who starts out easy and everything ends hard. And this is kind of heartbreaking. You know, it's just, he's gotten to this point. How long they've been married? About?
At least 10. At least 10.
All right. 10 years down the road, y'all got kids. He probably been paying a house mortgage and stuff. Soon as things go left, she lets him know what she really thought the whole time. And he knew. He was just hoping that he could hold it together and stay straight like he was. And that eventually she would give up on having better options and just, I've talked about this before. Fellas think that they'll hold women out long enough and eventually she'll give up on the idea of pursuing better options. And then finally he'll win. And he was just hoping that he could get it to stick in there long enough. He was hoping that his health and everything would stay straight long enough that eventually he wouldn't have to worry about that. And life threw him a curveball. And now he's got to deal with what he really got. That was the cost of grabbing the low-hanging fruit. Bro, you knew she didn't fool with you for real. Yeah. You knew it. You knew she did not really fool with you for real like that. You figured you caught her compromised. Women don't see themselves as compromised. I need y'all to understand that. Women do not see themselves as compromised. We talk about damaged goods and stuff. That's something for men to understand. That's not really something that women believe. Women don't actually believe that. They just believe you're a hater. They don't really believe that they're damaged goods. They just think you're stupid and you're a hater. Even when everybody around them is showing them like that. But by the way, women don't believe that. So they believe your actions, not your words. And before reality gets to sink in, they have to see consistency of action. So your man's learning this lesson the hard way. Yeah, and this is a hell of a way to do it. Got kids, we down the damn lane. He's probably over 50 by now. You know, it's a hard way to go, bro, to get at this end of it. And are they still living in the house together?
They are, Jason. For the time that she's there, she's usually out. We share the same car garage. So if I go to grab something, it don't really matter how late it is. That her car is usually not there. So
but dude, he knows.
Yeah,
he knows about the other fellas. You said one fella. She knows about the other fellas, plural. Nigga, you got with a single mom. Single moms become single moms because they entertain multiple men. That's how they become single moms. The fact they had children don't slow them down. These are lies that men tell themselves. Oh, well, once she has the kids, that slowed her down. Nigga, stop. Nigga, please. Now, that's what males want to believe. You want to believe that you done tamed her and that she's out these streets. Yeah, because you need that to be true. Otherwise, this is an outrageously wasteful and stupid investment. So you want to believe that she's out the streets because you want to hurry up and close this deal so that you can pretend you have a safe investment. She's not a safe investment. She's not a good investment. She isn't. She isn't. And your lack of options and desperation isn't going to transform her into one. And all you're really going to do is get yourself wrapped up, and one day she's going to show you her fangs. And show you that all that stuff she was doing before you married her, she's still doing it. Or she's still ready to get back to it. Like a bank robber or a dope dealer getting back in the streets. If it come to it, she gonna get back out there. And what do you know? It came to it, and she back on the block. 10 years later, with kids and you in the house and the so-called middle class life. Yep. As soon as it came to it, she back in them streets.
So so are you saying, Jason, that this current evolution of women is like this concubine generation? Is this a version of females that we're experiencing, or is like meaning? What I'm saying is like, is it that there was more accountability, so this kind of negative this negative behavior was kept in check, or are you saying that it's been bred into this new generation of female and it's at the bone level, so we really just need to be looking to the next generation and getting them rehabilitated?
Back when all the financial load was on the men, if you had a slutty ass broad for a wife, this was just going to be a terribly difficult situation to have to shoulder for the rest of your days. That's why men had to be a lot more careful, because you're going to wind up dragging this for the rest of your days. And men didn't want to be saddled with that. Women enter the workplace. Here comes the welfare and the food stamps. As that financial load got lightened on males, they started taking more liberties. And so the requirement list got lower. Now the females want to wild out. Let's burn some bras. Oh, we got birth control. Let's slut it around the galaxy. Next thing you know, people didn't see that as cause for more responsibility. They saw that as cause for more liberties. Now you have a generation of females that say there are no rules. I can be as slutty as I want, as nasty as I want, and there's a winner out there who'll take me. Now, over time, they have to settle in for the reality. Actually, there's no winner that will take you. There's just a simp or a bum that will eventually take you. That's what it'll really be. And eventually they have to wind down and accept that that's what it's going to be. Because even with the fellas that your man's woman is running around with and whatnot, they're not going to make a commitment to her. They're not going to do that.
Nope.
So all she's doing is relieving some of the stress of having to deal with old boy's health issues. But other than that, them dudes she talking to, man, they're not lined up to fill his shoes. They're not lined up to take care of her and the 5 kids. They're not going to do that. Nor should they. So these were self-inflicted wounds, and fellas sit up here and they do these things because they think they're going to get some easy access. And the truth of the matter is most males are lonely. They're not used to the idea of cultivating those things on their own. I just saw Brad Pitt. He's running around with another chick right now, look about half his age. And I'm just like, you know what? After Angelina Jolie, hats off to Brad. I ain't mad at him at all. And my whole point about it is, but most males can't do that. Most males are really just looking to have a run-of-the-mill average life. They don't want to excel in any part of their life. They only want to make enough money to the extent that it'll keep this chick over here quiet and stable. And that beyond that, they're not expecting anything. And eventually they get greedy, they get lazy, and finally they get desperate. And this is a lot of females are just waiting fellas out. They've seen how desperate men act, and they get approached by desperate men every day. That's the dirty little secret. Women get approached by desperate men every day. At the grocery store, at Popeyes, at the gas station, they get approached by desperate men every day. So they know if they ever want to pluck a simp off the desperate tree, there's one available. Probably doesn't have much money or whatever, but she's got something resembling an option. And fellas need to recognize that's what that is. So you've seen the females respond to a sexual marketplace environment that has become not just relaxed, but negligent. And as a result, it's not making a better class of females. It just isn't, because it can't. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Where's the social contract? I don't see it. There is no social contract. Don't be silly enough or foolish enough or ignorant enough to let somebody fool you into believing that there is. There is no social contract here. Shout out to the fellas out there who are on code. I understand it. I see it. I endorse it. But I want you to understand that that code is really with you. We do not have a female population that is adhering to the code. And this incident with Sha-Carri Richardson is only proving and reinforcing. By the way, hey, fellas, the females ain't upholding no code with us. They're not upholding that with us. So until we get back to that, I can't formally endorse the principle. In practice, okay, but in principle, I can't really sure I can abide by that. Can't really sure I abide by that. So when everybody starts adhering to the code, when everybody signs up for it, when everybody stick by the code, then I can endorse it. Right now, if the men are the only people sticking by the damn code and everybody else is just like, oh, hell no, I'm a free radical. Nah. No. Sha-Carri, we need to put you over here next to Diddy and next to Ray Rice. Yeah, baby, you need to be over here. Let me get them sponsorships. Let me get that right quick. Let me get that Olympic medal. Let me get that right quick. Let me do that. And where's everybody else to give us the weekly blow-by-blow update on how her charges are going and has she been removed from everything yet? Why are we not asking questions about how much stuff she's been removed from? We're not asking that? Okay, well, till we do, I'm not going along with it. We need to be dragging her out here so that she can answer a whole bunch of uncomfortable questions. Let's go ahead and get that popping. Maybe if this happens enough times and people see that we're serious here, maybe then folks will start saying, you know what, everybody needs to stick by the code. But if we're all not sticking by it, then why and how are any of us going to stick by it? You're not going to turn the men's code against them and, oh, this is a handcuff for you. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, Shy. Here to my man, Mr. Batch. He says, it's just as dangerous when your mother preaches defend yourself after trying to defuse the situation. You should defend yourself at all times, period. Curious Julius, Love is a Love podcast. Thank you all very much for your support here. If you are new here at The Business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We're going to go ahead and be discussing a few things here tomorrow about the book list, among other things. So if you have not been joining us for Patreon, you want to go ahead and see about that. I have settled upon how that's going to be rolled out and how that'll be acclimated here. I think you all are going to like how we go about that. So keep your eyes and ears open. We'll be discussing that here tomorrow. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.